Alright, well, welcome everybody to Chrono Trigger any percent glitchless with no RNG manipulation. My name is CorporateImage. You can call me Corp or CI in the chat if you feel like it. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Nothing like seagulls and fireworks. They don't necessarily mix. That doesn't make them great. Sorry, that doesn't not make them great. Alright, like other Chrono Trigger categories, we're all starting the same way. Waking up in bed. My mother's very kind to wake up a 19-year-old. I don't know how old Chrono is. Anyway, first thing we're going to do is set some menus for the future. So, battle speed to 1, this, and I'll also do this for fun. Green window. So I'll go over battle speed a little bit later, but first we need our allowance. After naming Luca. Mom, I need money. Bonk. Lines up so perfectly. Alright, we meet this mysterious girl. I'm gonna name her something special for the marathon. And we also decide to escort her through the fair. She wants to see all the stuff. Okay, let's see. Yes. Alright. Not used to naming people in this game, so there we go. Alright, let's do all the things, like shop. We bought 11 tonics, 3 shelters. That should carry us for what we need to do for the beginning of the game. So yeah, there are a variety of little things you could do with Marl. I'm gonna call her Marl. Forgive me for anyone who wants to call her Marley or Meryl or whatever. I'll occasionally refer to her as Nadia as well, because that is her actual name. And later on, depending on what you do in the Millennial Fair, it will affect the gameplay later. So we're not going to do anything, so we save some time. Yeah, I like the green window too. Usually don't use it in a run, because it's just one extra menu. But it's a nice change. Green, gold, and black. Alright, so we get offered to try out Luca's invention, and if you were to step on the left blue tile, set of tiles, there'd be an animation and you get transported to the right side. But when Marl steps on it, something goes wrong. Her pendant starts flashing, blinking, sparkling. Suddenly, a portal to another time zone. She gets turned into ether and sent to a different time. All due to the work of something called the Entity, which is part of the lore. Alright, so naturally Luca and her father are a bit flabbergasted. So they're like, alright, nothing to see here, move along. And Tabin is freaking out, and Luca's just trying to think of what happened. She didn't do anything wrong. But it doesn't matter. We need to save somebody in trouble. So Chrono, the hero, steps up. Because that's what heroes do. thanks so good luck, everyone. Hopefully that's good for game volume. I lowered it a little. Alright, so we arrive in this canyon area, and we're gonna have our first fight. So if we're doing a RNG manipulated run, this fight's very important that you not mess up. But since we're not worried about that, I'll just try my best not to mess up. So we hit the right one, the left one, and the top one. Well, D-pad. D-pad is your enemy in battles in this game. If you don't hit the D-pad hard enough and quickly enough, nothing happens. So that's alright. Alright, we're coming up on one of our first skips. So there aren't any glitches in this category, but there are plenty of skips. Oops. There we go. So this is bird skip. It looks like a glitch. It's not a glitch. It's just position and movement. So what you do is you line up on the left side of the bridge and then hold up on the D-pad instead of left. If you do that, you'll skip over the ambush trigger for the bird and the imp. Alright, navigate the forest. We picked up a power tab. I'm gonna use that later. So one of the fun things about Chrono Trigger as a speedrun is the movement. That's my favorite part. It's really hard to describe why it's fun, but it is. Just the way you can, yes, part of it is your momentum. Your velocity, I guess, doesn't change if you're doing a diagonal or not. So there's a interesting quality to the movement. So a lot of our movement is based on dodging ambush locations. They're little hitboxes, and if you hit the hitbox, enemies are summoned and you have to fight them. A lot of enemies in this game we could run from, but a few of them you have to plant your feet and fight. So we definitely want to avoid all of those for the speedrun, as many as necessary. Alright, so we entered the castle. We got insulted because of our hair. Tell us to go view our stamp collection. But we were saved by the Queen. Queen Lean of Castle Guardia. Country Guardia? Whatever. It turns out it's not Queen Lean, it's Marl in disguise. We're gonna call her Stars. So she's been here for a little while. She was rescued by the knights of her kingdom and brought here. I'm not sure how long she's been here. I think it's at least been a few days, if not weeks. Alright, something's happening. I'm more concerned about opening this ether in the chest. Let's see if I could do it quickly. Ah, yes, got it. That ether is not easy to open quickly. Anyway, there's a couple of treasure chests like that in the game. Alright, Luca got here somehow. They'll explain how she got here. But she came to deliver news that Marl may be, in fact, Princess Nadia, who is in our time the current princess of Guardia. And because she looks so similar to Queen Lean, the soldiers of this time did not find Queen Lean. And so Queen Lean is still in danger. She's been kidnapped by the Yakra and is in danger of dying. So she's demonstrating the grandfather clause at this point. What happens if your ancestor is destroyed at some point in the timeline? You eventually cease to exist. What they don't explain is that that would completely change the timeline entirely, so there's a good chance that Chrono and Luca wouldn't exist either, but we don't worry about that. Just Marl. Alright, so we set out to go save her. Supposed to gather information, kind of figure out where to go, but we know exactly where to go. So, I'm going to do a menu. we equipped a power glove onto Chrono, bandana onto Luca. Luca is very slow, and we're going to use her a lot in the speedrun. So she needs all the speed she could get. That's her balance, is that she's one of the strongest characters, especially magic characters. But to balance her out, they made her very slow. And the other thing was I arranged our inventory so shelters are on top. It's the most commonly used item in the speedrun. And I used a power tab on Chrono, make him just a little stronger. Hey, thanks for the good luck. Alright, so we just learned a tech, Cyclone. We use it immediately. And with this battle, we should learn techs for Luca. She'll learn Flame Toss, and then our first dual tech, Fire Whirl. We'll make use of all of these techs soon. For now, we gotta get out of the forest. Ooh. Gotta be careful of that tree root. You go a little too far down, and there's an ambush waiting for you. Alright, the cathedral. It looks like a nice cathedral. What could possibly be wrong? Well done. Alright, so what we're gonna do is hope that Luca doesn't get hit with slow. She got hit with slow. There you go. Alright, so with proper timing and the enemies moving the right way, you can get 3 of these Naga-ettes with a Fire Whirl. That's what I was trying to do. Usually doesn't work unless you get good RNG. That's okay. Normally use 2 Fire Whirls. Luca can also use a Flame Toss, and that will one-shot a Naga-ett, so that's more useful in the manipulated categories. But it's all good. Alright, so we protected ourselves. Or so we thought! Sprang out of the ground, saved by a frog. A frog with great diction. If not old diction. Alright, so you get the illusion of choice here. Luca's a bit grossed out by frogs, so you're like, should we go with him? You could say no, but you're gonna have to take him anyway. So, we'll call him G. Alright, there might be a hidden door. So Chrono practices his piano lessons on the organ. It's very impressive. And the doors are open. Alright, so I'm gonna get this revive. Gonna pick up some swords. So power tab. Lighting the wooden sword on fire. That's true. We'll call it magic, even though we don't know magic yet. Alright, so we're gonna fight some things. This is the first encounter in the cathedral. That's not true, in the inner cathedral. So, flame toss? Good. I didn't see the cursor on the first one. So flame toss can hit as many enemies as can be set in a row. So 2 is good. I used an ether for Chrono because he's going to need the upcoming MP for the next few fights. Alright, so we're going to fight this encounter twice. This is for a few reasons. We all need experience a little bit, and Frog needs to get tech points so him and Chrono can learn X-Strike. Also, we get a revive as a drop, so it's just a really cool encounter. It's very weird to trigger this encounter, because normally you just run up and you fight just the 2 snakes. But if you hit it at just the right angle, you get Naga-ettes in addition to the Nashers. So, little chopped cheese, Jericho. Thanks for the good luck. Alright, so we're all set. So coming up is a look at this animation. Just look at it. See that? you can skip that animation the next time you fall down the stairs. It's a weird, quirky thing, but for some reason the left side of the stairs is special. And the second time, once the stairs are activated, that cutscene will not play. Alright, so we're going to fight this encounter. This is required. We need to play the organ to open the other door. And these guys are guarding it, so let's see what Frog does. I see. We got that kind of start. Alright, Frog could get a critical hit, but he didn't. Connor Cordell, thanks for good luck. Hope everyone's having a great day, good evening, good night, wherever you may be in the world. Happy summer solstice. Get him, Luca. Got him. There you go. Slurp cut and X strike. I think I've heard people call it Chi strike. Greek letter Chi. Most people just say X strike. Oh, we will do our best to travel safely through time. What can possibly go wrong when you're traveling through time? There's the animation skipped. Alrighty. New weapons. We got a shelter. There we go. Alright, fight our first boss. The Yakra. Seeing this room makes me anxious because in the glitched versions, you can skip this boss entirely. It's a bit of a setup to do, and it's easy to mess it up. But we don't have to worry about that in this category. So we just watch him twirl about. The twirl is so funny because it's a marker in glitched categories to say, alright, now you gotta start moving. Alright, but anyway, another story. Another story for another category. Alright. So all bosses in Chrono Trigger are like mini puzzles. Yakra's puzzle is that he moves about, and you should hit him at certain times, rather than just any time. So we're gonna wait for him to get close to Frog. He's close enough. And then we're gonna X-strike. And because he's so close, he won't counterattack with his Drew Quake, which hits everybody. That's fine. He likes hitting Luca. She'll heal herself up. Once again, we're gonna wait. Alright. So notice he's really close to Frog. This is gonna shorten the distance of X strike a little bit. Speeds up the animation just ever so slightly. Yakra is not guaranteed to move here. That's based on RNG. But most of the time, he'll either be within a reasonable distance or this close. Right. So hit him 6 times with X strike and a little bit of a push with Luca. Boop. There you go. So yeah, sometimes with RNG, Chrono and Frog's damage numbers will be just enough to knock him out with 6 X strikes. It rarely happens, but it can happen. But Luca's there just to give a little bit of chip damage. And we saved the Queen! And Frog feels bad for doing it because he's Frog. Frog has his reasons. We'll find out what those are later. Also, the left chest had the real Chancellor, so we didn't rescue him. He deserves to be put in a chest. Getting caught by the Yakra, how dare he? Alright, Frog feels that he's not worthy. He failed to protect her, and he's a disgrace. So he walks away. Like, okay. So we're gonna go back and go see what happened to Marl. She was essentially ripped out of time She's gotta be fine. There she is. She even lost her dress. How did that happen? Don't question it. She had a really nice dress. Anyway. Welcome back, Princess Nadia. So most categories of Chrono Trigger, Marl is not used very much. Especially the glitchless categories. But in at least glitched 100%, she's used a bit more. And she's going to be used a lot in this category. Just kind of towards the beginning and then at the end. So she's going to be one of our final party members, believe it or not. Okay, so we saved the princess, so let's go back home. Luca, I think, briefly explained, oh, we gotta avoid Frog. You get too close to him, he just starts talking to you for 30 seconds. Don't want that. Luca briefly explained how she got here. She invented a little device that can open up the time gates. So we just got to go to a location where a time gate is at. We should be able to go back to that time. Alright, we're coming up on our first encounter where I'm going to run away. Are you kidding? Fine. Fine then. Okay. So, running away is interesting. Enemies, I guess I can explain it a little bit more later, but suffice it to say, it's pretty magical the way the process works. So here's the gate, and everyone's warming up to each other. Luca's being herself, allowed to act like herself. Ain't it the truth? So yeah, enemies in Chrono Trigger appear on the map. Some of them will pop up from other locations. Those are those ambush sites. And when you run away from an encounter, the entire enemy cluster disappears. They're gone for good. As long as you, some of them are actually gone for good, and others, they could just reload the room and they'll come back. So we're gonna take heavily advantage of that. All categories of Chrono Trigger take advantage of that, for the most part. But there's a technique to it to do it quickly, and I don't know what happened with the first encounter here, but hopefully that doesn't happen again. Alright, so we're going to be a gentle man and escort Nadia home. So the forest is pretty much the same as the past. I guess it's a little less dangerous. But the enemy types are a little different. It's some giant mushroom enemies instead. Alright, so we return her home. And we get arrested. Because apparently we kidnapped her. And the Chancellor's really pushing for it. And Nadia is trying to defend us, and it's not helping. And so you have to ask the question, who's really in control? The royal family or the Chancellor? So as a result, we're going to go to court. Alright, welcome to Chrono Trigger Court. The only court in the world where being guilty is faster than being non-guilty. Not guilty. Alright, so depending on what you did in the Millennial Fair, you're going to be asked a variety of questions to try to prove your innocence, that you're not a terrible person who kidnapped the princess. Because we did nothing in the Millennial Fair, we're going to be asked 2 questions. And we're going to pick the second option for both questions. If we do, we're going to have about a 50-50 chance to be guilty or not guilty. So it sways it to the best of our ability to the guilty side. Because like I said, being guilty is much faster than being non-guilty, especially if you're doing the shorter categories of Chrono Trigger. Alright, the second option. Stars dead. Some of the questions seem pretty loaded. Like if you eat from the pink bag on the table, I don't think there is a correct answer, because if you say you didn't eat from it, they call you a liar because they call in a witness who did see you eat it. And if you don't, or if you do the opposite, then it just says you're a thief for stealing food. Anyway, none of that matters. We picked the second option twice, so what this means is the second jury member is going to determine if we're guilty or not guilty. So whatever he says goes. This guy right here. And guilty, yes. So it's about 6 to 8 seconds of time save. I don't know the exact time save, but there's a bit of extra dialogue associated with being not guilty, so we skip that. The only benefit to being non-guilty, guys, I keep saying non-guilty, not guilty, is if you really wanted to get some ethers. So the more of the jury members to convince that you convince that you're not guilty, you'll get up to 3 ethers, I think. So normally you just get 1 if you're not guilty, but we don't need those ethers for any purpose in the run. All right. So Princess Nadia is not happy with the decision. The king says, "You must behave like royalty." She's like, "Whatever, I don't like it." Around 4.5 seconds, okay. Yeah, one of the main things is when the Chancellor talks to this, they call them the supervisors, the warden. And when you're not guilty, he calls for Chrono's execution. He's like, "What? I didn't hear anything about execution." He's like, "Don't question my authority." But when you're guilty, he's like, "Okay, lock him up." So, like any good RPG, we're gonna go to prison, and we're gonna break out of prison. How do you break out of prison? Tell me, what is the solution in an RPG? How do you break out? It's the same solution every time. You annoy the guards. But first, drink from the cup of life. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Just make little beeping noises at the guards. So, they didn't confiscate our sword, so we just take it out and bop them on the head. Where do you think you're going? Alright, so the prison's an interesting level. It's also kind of scary. A lot of it is just execution with movement, and some of it is RNG. So hopefully you don't get burned by the RNG. So here, with movement, you can go between these 2 shield enemies. You have a number of pixels that are safe. And if you're in that zone, you just hold straight up, and you'll walk right through them without issue. Okay. So this next room is the RNG room. There are 2 guards that are going to be facing in random directions. The first guard's not too bad. 100 just face right. There we go. You hit him on the head, and you could talk to him for a mid-tonic. So you actually want to take those mid-tonics. This guard is awful. Okay, good. He behaved. He could turn incredibly quickly, faster than you can move. So you need to be really, really close to his position, but not within his range of viewing. Alright, one battle. Wait for them to step forward a bit. Hit both with the cyclone. Alright, we did it. All that's left is the warden. Who's not a fighter, he's a coward. That's okay. Luke is here to help out. gonna do some safety stuff. So if you talk to the warden, you get a bunch of tonics. 5 of them. Do a safety save. I'm gonna put the battle speed on 2. For safety, you could do 3, but I'm pretty comfortable with battle speed 2. In the manipulated categories, you normally do battle speed 1, and it's a lot easier because you know exactly what to expect and when to time your attacks. So it's not as bad. But with this, we have just a little bit of randomness, especially towards the end of this fight. So hopefully I don't mess up. Our goal is to knock out the head of the dragon tank first because it constantly heals the whole machine. Then we go for the wheels and then the back, I guess it's called. Whatever the other part is, the grinder. Alright, so 4 hits from Chrono. 3 from Luca. Crit, so 1 more from Chrono. Alright. So then Chrono will try to quickly do a cyclone, and if we're fast enough, we'll knock out the head and be set to knock out the rest of the body. Get out of here, head. No one likes you. Alright, Firewall. So he's gonna do a laser attack. We hope it hits Chrono. It doesn't always, but if it does, we should be able to survive. If not, we'll have to use a revive for people. Okay, good. Alright, good. There we go, Dragon Tank. Dragon Tank is a very good indicator for the whole game, how most boss fights are gonna go. So for anyone curious of learning the speedrun for Chrono Trigger, whatever category, be a good idea to be comfortable with how the Dragon Tank goes. And then try to lower the battle speed when you feel comfortable. These fights are only going to get more difficult. It's a good barrier venture. Alright, go across the bridge. You don't need this shelter, but I like picking it up because we need that in Glitched 100%. Here's a skip. Guard skip, you can go up next to the guard, whisper in his ear, say hey, and they don't look your direction and go straight down. If you didn't do guard skip, they would see you and they would have a little bit of dialogue, move about, and it would cost like 5 seconds, something like that. Alrighty. Alright, so Nadia's still in her rebellious phase. For good reason, though. She doesn't like how the entire castle's being run. She'd rather support her friends than do duty that she doesn't believe in. Alright, so we run. We run so far away. They back us into a corner in a forest. Don't question it, these trees are very thick. You think we could slip between the trees, but nope. Also, notice that black treasure chest up there. We're gonna come back to the forest later and pick it up, but not in this time zone. In a different time. A different time entirely. Alright, here comes one of the best sprite animations in the game. It's iconic. Surprise Chancellor face. His mouth grew 5 times that day. It's almost like he's not human. Anyway. So we end up in a mysterious place. We'll learn that this is the future. Alright, so we're gonna do some movement. I'm gonna collect some things. I'll explain kind of what's happening along the way. Alright, so we're gonna let the mouse steal our tonics. If you don't have tonics, it'll take 500 GP, I think, until you have nothing. I don't know what happens if you have nothing. But while he's taking a tonic, you can move through these ambush zones. Because the way the text box is interacting with the game, I don't know what's going on, but it allows you to just step over those ambush zones. And if you want to argue that that's a glitch, you can always just go the long way around. But the glitchless community have deemed it that it's not. Alright, new weapons. Alright, let's also do a safety save. So you got the load sword, load bow for Chrono and Moral. These are retranslated as silver weapons, silver sword, silver bow. It's a pretty big upgrade. Yeah, it's a bleak future. We found humans and they're just barely hanging on to life. So this man is Old Man Doan. Doan? I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's a really nice person, but they have no hope. They have no drive. They're hungry. There's no food. They're surviving on machines giving them energy. So they're asking, since we're going down here, they're asking us to check if there's food in the refrigeration area. So we'll give it a go. And they can't check it themselves because it's guarded by this giant robot, the Guardian. Alright, this is a pretty dangerous fight because we're kind of underleveled. We'll try to be methodical. So we need to take out the bits first, the left bit and the right bit. They have 200 HP each, and we want to take them out around the same time. So we'll kind of distribute our damage as best we can. Nice crit. Of course. So if you don't take them out around the same time, this happens, amplifier. Thankfully it hit Luca. We're fine. Hey, well, Chrono, can you save that for later? Okay, so when both bits are gone, we hit the main body, and we're hoping for critical hits from everybody. Hey, look at Chrono, he's being nice. Okay, Chrono likes to tempt fate and not get a single critical hit. But as long as you get one, you should be able to win the fight after the second phase. So without leveling and equipment and maybe manipulation, I don't think you can defeat the Guardian before it resummons the bits. So we'll beat them. We have to defeat the bits a second time, and then we'll win. We'll win in the second round. So, great. Great. Right. We do not want to hit the Guardian when it's resummoning the bits like that, because if you do, it does like a delta attack, I think. I want to avoid that. Luca can hit both of these bits in a line, if they're lined up properly. I haven't found a good spot for it yet. Oh, that's not good. Let's do this. Should do it. Hey, look at Chrono! He wants this fight to be over. Look at Morrow. Oh, what's this thing? Yo, Desert Eagle, thanks for the good luck. Yeah, we should have this in the bag. We usually end this fight at around the count of 2, especially if you get a crit from Chrono. Should be the count of 3, because we got a few crits. Right down. And we were so underleveled for this fight, everybody's going to get 2 levels. go. Alright, do not open the menu in this room. You will get an encounter. Phew, something reeks. Those. Never mind. So this is the refrigeration where food was being kept, but refrigeration failed a long time ago and everything is rotten. Some person found the refrigeration, got past the robot, but passed away. So what do they do about the food? Well, they found a magical seed, so maybe that will make some food. Okay, get some advice about how to catch a rat. We need to catch a rat to progress. This place always reminds me of the Final Fantasy VI Opera House. It's not quite the same backdrop and location, but still makes me think of it. Alright, you could catch this mouse or rat a little bit later, so you could stagger the movement a bit. If you get too close to him, you'll hit him. You can save frames by catching him at a certain time. But I catch him early just in case I accidentally fail. Don't want to embarrass myself anyway. Here we're dodging a bunch of bugs and bots. Careful movement. You can avoid all of these guys. And some of these enemies' hitboxes are pretty generous, especially like these bots, for example. The bugs, not so much. Good. Okay. So we made it to cutscene. So this is still the Eris Dome. Eris Dome lets you scan out and see what's out in the world. So Luca's going to try to figure out where is life, where's civilization, and what happened here. Why is this time period so messed up? And then Marl just hits a random button. Like Selphie would do in Final Fantasy VIII. Instead of self-destruct. We learn of the history of the world. 1999. The day of Lavos. On that day, fire rained from the heavens. Humanity was brought to its knees. So, Marl thinks this is a horrible future. She does not like it one bit. Whereas Luca and Chrono are like kind of indifferent towards it. And it's all because of Marl that she convinces us, hey, we need to do something about it. We need to save the future. We wouldn't have done it if not for her convincing us. I say this because a lot of people do not like Marl as a character, and you should. Anyway, together we can do this. 3 teenagers saving the world? What could possibly go wrong? Smooth as butter. So we returned. They didn't think we'd come back, but they're very happy that we did. We tell them the news, the bad news, but also give them a little bit of hope. Like, we couldn't find food, but we found a magical seed. Which, magic seed is going to be a theme in this game. We're going to see a little bit more of it later. We're hoping that the future will improve. And we're so sorry that these kids are stuck here. But we must go on. We're not from this time. We must save the future so this doesn't happen. What better way to prevent a terrible future than by engaging in a race? I have segues, some of them don't make any sense. So we run into the man, Johnny. King Racer. I don't know. The cool guy. They wanted to put a racing minigame in Chrono Trigger, and so they did. You can get a bunch of points and keep track of your points for that later when you find a key item. We're just trying to get across the way. So, most speedrunners have their own method of winning the Johnny race. I do the same thing, which is I do one boost and then weave back and forth, and then boost at the end. The optimal way to do this Johnny race is to get in front of Johnny, and he will bop you forward, little by little. It's really hard to predict where he's going to bop you, so it's usually done with the tasks or with people who have grinded this race a tremendous amount. But I'm content with losing a few seconds. It's not a huge deal in this category. In the manipulated categories, it's more important to save every second you can. Alright. Protodome. Double check. Oh yeah, good. So if anybody is less than 20 HP, you should probably heal them up. I'm glad I checked. We don't. Nice crit. Nice crit. That's pretty good. If you're able to knock out a bugger before it can attack anybody, that's pretty lucky. So we got 2 of them. Alright, here's a weird transition. We're gonna walk here. If you run down this path, you activate the cutscene, or activate the encounter. And it's an unrunnable encounter. It takes a while, and the only upside to fighting it is that you don't have to walk on the way back anymore. So once you that encounter is a one and done. It's kind of nice. But it's not faster than just walking. So we find this robot. Luca takes an interest because she's a mechanical genius. So she decides to fix him up because maybe he has information, maybe he can help us. Chrono and Marl were worried that it might be a bad robot, so she's like, no, robots aren't bad, they're just programmed that way. So she makes sure Rick Astley music is always playing in Robo's head. He loves it. Alright, we're gonna name him something special in honor of Robotrek, the ampersand. Such a good looking ampersand. We normally name him 9, J, or I think it's comma. The letters that are closest to the delete button. But in Chrono Trigger, you're not allowed to name the same character the same name. It has to be something different. Normally we name characters their very last letter. So Chrono is lowercase o, Robo would be lowercase o, but they can't be the same name. So name him usually J or something. Alright, so on the way back, we walk, respect the robots. Alright, so we're going to do menu, here you go Robo, become angry, heal up. I gotta think that every time. Sorry, Alu. Okay, so we have 2 fights in this place besides the boss fight. This acid enemy has like, I think 10 HP, maybe 12 HP, and has really high defense. So we do almost minimum damage to it. So what that means is our damage is up to RNG. Do minimum damage plus or not minus, but plus whatever RNG wants to give us. So Robo can hit 2. He can hit for between 1 and 12 damage, Chrono can hit between 1 and 10, I think, and Luca is 1 and 6. So any numbers greater than 3 usually are pretty decent. But this next fight is where the RNG is going to hurt us. That one's just a taste of it. And we got kind of bad luck. You can normally finish this fight, that fight, in 1 round. But it took us 2 rounds to do it. Alright. So we're going to do some careful movement in the factory. Avoid ambushes. It's all intentional. Alright, so this encounter is going to summon a number of green and orange slimes. We want more green than orange, and we got 2. Yeah, not great. So, green enemies have less HP, 7 and 6. That was good damage rolls for Cyclone. Green enemies have less HP and seemingly less defense, so they're easier to manage. When the orange and the green are close to each other and you hit them, they'll do a chemical fusion attack, which hurts. It hits everybody, and if you get hit enough, it's going to really... you're gonna have a bad day. You might even game over. But we keep Robo Berserked. You could unberserk him and instead have him do like a rocket punch attack. It usually does more reliable damage than regular punch, but so far, wow. Luca the hero, 6 damage. That was a good fight. We didn't get the best luck between green and orange, but that was pretty fast. Alright. One of the biggest sources of RNG in the early game is that fight right there, even in the manipulated categories. Alright, so this level is really big, but the point of the level is to find this, hold on. Barely took any damage in that fight, it's crazy. The point of the level is to, did I not do it? Wow. I thought I hit the buttons. It's to find the password. So, you go down below. Why isn't it working? Hold on. Did I just not see that the door was open? I don't know. I thought I went up to the door, hit, and I was stuck, but maybe not. I don't know. Sleepy. Don't worry about me. So anyway, you go down, you operate a bunch of things, you fight a bunch of things, and eventually you find out what the password is to go to this area. And then you enter the password of that console. It's XABY on the control panel. And what you can do is hold all the buttons together, and it activates all together. Or you could do them one button at a time. If you're too slow, I think you have to redo it. So it can be a little frustrating. But if you didn't hit the buttons all the same, you might get 3 of the inputs correct instead of all 4. But... alrighty. Alright everybody, get your Bible thump emotes ready. Any sort of sad emotes. Because it's sad times with Robo. He found his friends. He's so happy to see them. Bang! But they're not happy to see him. They call him defective. They call him malfunctioning. They don't like that. Because all robots are being controlled by the mother brain. And so anything that's not following the mother brain's orders must be destroyed. So they beat him up. His old friends beat him up. Yo, Robinaste, Glenn. He tries to get away. He tries. But they drag him backward. Tackling him. And then what do they do after that? They throw him in the garbage. Respect for Robo. So Luca is shocked. She does not like that, so we're gonna get revenge. By using Cyclo, it's a really good tech for the early game. Alright, so our goal is to knock out the back row first. I know it's weird that we hit the front row first, but it's timed. This way the fighting script works, I suppose. So hit the front row and the back row twice, and that should knock out the back row. And if we're fast, we'll avoid getting punched again. Okay, good. So at this rate, we'll survive. They're going to do their rocket punch attack, which does like 15 damage per punch. We all have enough HP to survive that. But if you did knock out the back row, they would take another turn, another 3 turns to punch you for like 30-ish damage. And usually somebody's going to get knocked out if that happens. At least Robo will never be in a poor state. Alright, we got our revenge. And Luca is mighty. She drags Robo by herself out of the trash. Don't underestimate Luca. So Luca does her best to repair Robo. Unfortunately, when he was hit, the Rick Astley track was damaged. So in order for him to function at full strength, she needs to reinstate that. So, Robo joins us. A worthy addition to our teenage team. Secretly, most speedrunners don't like Robo, because Robo is inconsistent. But I like him still. Even when he lets me down, I like him. Okay, so we're gonna see the giant cupcake, go down, pop a snot bubble, and talk to an old dapper gentleman. So this is Gaspar. He resides at a place called the End of Time. All timelines converge to the end of time. He explains that if you're going to time travel, you cannot take more than 3 people. For arbitrary reasons. So we're going to leave Robo behind. Oops, for now. And he kind of explains, you can swap party members at any time. You have to open up the Y button, or yeah, Y menu. I did not know this the first time I played Chrono Trigger. I must have skipped the dialogue because I thought the only way you could swap party members was go all the way back to the end of time. So my playthrough was very different than, I guess, most people's. Anyway, this is Specchio, the Master of War, a remnant from the Queendom of Zeal, here to teach us about magic. So if you fight Specchio at certain times, he will reward you with various things, usually a magic tab, I think. And most casual players, when they first see Specchio, he's not in frog form. This is his lowest level form. I think he shows up in Kiwala form or something like that. But one of the challenges in the game is to defeat his final form, which is a golden new. I think you need to be like level 90 for you to fight that. Same? Nice. I'm not alone. Alright, we do not want to fight Specchio because it takes time. Even though the reward is kind of nice, we don't need it. Not for this category. Alright. So we go to Medina Village. This is across the continent, not quite where we live, across the ocean. This is essentially the land of the mystics. We learn a little bit about mystics later. But all we need to know is these guys right here, they're very nice. Nice people. There was a war a long time ago where the Mystics wanted to destroy humans. But several of them forgive and forget. They've gotten over it. If you talk to the big purple guy over there, Ozzy the 8th, I think, he's kind of controlling these Mystics into servitude. They don't like doing what he wants them to do. So maybe we'll help them out. Maybe. Alright. I'm gonna buy a sword. So this is Melchior. He'll become more relevant later. Alright, he also likes to talk, so we're gonna descend the stairs to clear the text box and then leave. So what we did was we bought a sword for Chrono that gives him, I think, a +2 to magic. It doesn't sound like much. At this point of the game, magic is very important. So this is the Hecarim Cave. Everything in this cave can only be damaged by magical attacks. So Slash, the thing we just hit the first enemy with, is considered a magical attack. I didn't think it was, but it is indeed. Chrono just got access to lightning, Luca fire, and Marl got ice. So you could also use those. Those do more damage, but they're typically slower attacks. Why? Okay, anyway. Yo, Mr. Grump-Ups, thanks for the good luck. Alright. Get some goodies. Yeah, we're mostly running from things in the Hecarim Cave. Again, we only fight what we need to for experience and or tech points. Usually it's tech points, what we're trying to go for. But we don't need these guys. I thought that was a pink new. I don't know, I've never fought it. I don't know if it was pink or gold. I thought it was a golden new when I looked it up. But regardless, it's a new. It's a new. Alright, here's this bat skip. Alright. That's a really weird looking skip. You're just on the edge of leaving, you'll activate the bats and they'll swarm you. But with good enough movement, you could avoid it. Alright, I'm gonna save. I guess I can, not this button. I guess I can give a tonic. Alright, the Hecarim fight. This is a bit random. There's also a little bit of risk involved with Hecarim, but you can play it safe and not have to worry about the risk. Depends on what you want to do as a runner. We're going to essentially spend time healing up, and you could forego the healing to attack, and if you're lucky, it'll pay off and you'll defeat him a little faster than normal. But playing it safe is much better, especially for marathon. Alright, so we're using lightning, and we'll eventually switch to slash with Chrono. Lightning is slower animation, but does more damage. About 20 more. And slash is faster, but not as strong. But the main attack is antipode. Decent chunk. And what Hecarim will do is after so long in battle, he'll switch to a counter-attack phase, which he's about to do right here. So I'm going to do mid tonic to stars, do a regular tonic to Chrono. You can also do an Aura Whirl with Marl if you wanted to. Okay. I forgot to switch to battle speed 1. Normally you do this on battle speed 2 for safety, because of what's about to happen right here. So we're going to wait, we're going to do slash and antipode, and then after this turn we need to get into Chrono's item menu to be ready to heal up. And on battle speed 1 the timing is a little bit tight. Luca? Are you gonna survive that? What a jerk. I'll just wait. We'll do slash. You can revive Luca. So normally we were supposed to do a slash and an antipode, but Hecarim said no. Not today. So we're gonna need an extra antipode. Alright. Where's our tonic? Everybody gets a mid-tonic. Everybody gets a mid-tonic. Alright, we're gonna play it safe. And Chrono will wait to see whoever gets hit with the cyclone. Generally, Hecarim will hit the same person twice. Sometimes he doesn't, and that's the risky thing. So you could choose not to heal, and potentially he won't hit the same person twice. Alright, 9 times out of 10 he's gonna knock out Chrono here. Yep. Oh, he lived! Living on a prayer. I want to play it safe. I'm pretty sure an antipode will knock him out. But just in case, I'll wait a second. I don't know if we're off by a couple points of damage or not. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so that would have been fine. More likely than not. Alright, so Hecarim gives a little bit more information that Magus summoned Lavos 400 years ago. Or tried to summon Lavos 400 years ago. And we interpret that information that he created Lavos. So again, the mystery continues about where Lavos came from. Alright, got a really nice animation here. Boop, boop, boop. Love that animation, so cute. Alright, we're gonna make a stop at Luca's home. I'm gonna say hi to our mom. Hey mom. I don't care about toys. The reason we're here is Luca's father, Tabin, he will occasionally make equipment for Luca throughout the game. We want the Tabin vest for now. It gives Luca fire resistance, which he already kind of has, more defense, and I think a +1 to speed. And later you can get something called the Tabin suit, and that will give her a +2 to speed, so with more defense and fire resistance. Alright, so we're gonna eat this thing that might be chicken. And go see Gato! So, Gato is someone you can find the Millennial Fair for 15 silver points, which, the very beginning of the game, it's a much longer fight, but because we have better weapons, essentially one shot. And our goal is to get 45 silver points for later. So we're gonna do this 3 times. You could do it later. It's just a little bit convenient because we needed to heal from the bag anyway. The ultimate in defense, exactly. I mean, it's not the prison dress, but it's pretty good. Nice crit. Alright, we got 45 silver points. We're on our way. We're going to pick up this cat because we can. Coming with us, cat. Excuse me, sir. He was stepping on my feet. That's not allowed. Alright, the cat got lost because our feet were stepped on by an old man. How dare he? It's never happened before. Anyway, I thought it'd be fun to take the cat on a journey, but the old man said no. Alright, we're doing our second bird skip. We're going to do a total of 3. Calling the cops. once again, you go to the left side of the bridge, and then you, there you go, just hold up, you'll skip the ambush. Both of my skips have been very slow. Normally, don't stop so early, but there are a few pixels that work, so it's not a pixel perfect trick, but you do need to be on one of the correct pixels, and it should be fine. Alright, we go to the bridge. There's a war being fought, and the captain's like, "Where's my food? I'm hungry." But honestly, food supply is very important in wartime. So let's go talk to a chef who has the happiest chef's hat in the world. See what I mean if you look at his hat. Right, talk to him. We're gonna despawn this text to speed it up, and then wait for him to say pipe down. And then he'll give us jerky, military rations, and then a power tap because he's really nice. Also, look at the smiley hat. It's so happy. A nice chef's hat. Anyway. I'm gonna do a safety save. I normally don't in this category, but Zombor can be quite mean, so I'm gonna hope he isn't. All right, so it turns out this captain is the younger brother of the chef, and if you were to explore the castle casually, you'd see them arguing in the castle earlier. So the sentimentality between the two doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the speedrun, but talk to NPCs in an RPG and things make a little bit more sense. But we don't have time for that. We have to go fast. As fast as we can. Alright, battle on the bridge. It's not quite Final Fantasy V, but it's a little bit more gruesome. So this is Ozzy. He's a necromancer. And like any magic practitioner, all you have to do is hit them enough to make them drop concentration on their spell. And then they'll run away. See, actually fighting the skeleton deceased enemies are, they're kind of tough. They have a lot of HP, so it's much faster to fight Ozzy instead. And it's not about the damage for Ozzy, it's just how many times do you hit him. Nope. Not a Super Metroid runner. Ozzy. Named after the singer. Okay, so what we're gonna do is not that yet. Give you a new weapon, new defense, organize, tonic or shelter, tab, magic tab, speed tab, heal up. And then battle speed 1, which I should have done earlier, but it's okay. Alright, Zombor. Zombor is kind of interesting. He's very dangerous in the PC category of Chrono Trigger. Not as bad here, but we gotta be careful still. So Zombor is two enemies in one, kind of. We hit the top half and the bottom half. Top half is more susceptible to physical attacks. Bottom half is more susceptible to magic. And what we do is we have Robo Berserked. And we hope, hey, there he goes. We hope he hits the top. He doesn't always hit the top. This is why a lot of speedrunners don't like Robo, is because he can really ruin your run if he decides just to hit the bottom half only. What happens is if you don't defeat the top half quickly enough, he will He'll do an attack that is called Doom Doom Doom, I think. And it's like a laser beam attack that hits everybody. It's pretty dangerous. You can heal up in between, but most runners are going to try to not heal and just do damage. So it's really feasible for you to wipe in this fight if that attack goes off. And once we do defeat the top half, he's going to do an MP Buster, like there. Perfect. And we want Robo to be MP Buster because we need to use some magic attacks. We're going to use Slash, it's a fast animation. Luca is going to use Fire. It's slow, but it's powerful. So the combination between the two and Robo doing his thing should take out the bottom half quickly. GG. Alright, good onboard fight. Alright, let's go shopping. I don't shop very much in Chrono Trigger. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lead the air gun. 48. Okay. Alrighty, so I'm gonna use a shelter here. Away we go. Get a goodie for a Robo. New weapon. Mirage Hand. Alright, we see this lad running around. His name is Tata. I don't know why he was named that, but apparently he was not well liked when he was born. Anyway, Tata is the proclaimed hero. He has the hero badge and he went to the Guardia Kingdom to show it off. And the king, King Guardia, said, "Alright, you're obviously a hero. So please find where the Masamune is located and defeat Magus." And the last I've heard that Masamune was located south in Denadoro, so. Alright, Denadoro Mountains is a really fun level to practice. It's almost entirely movement based. There's only one encounter that kind of breaks up the movement. It's right here. We run. So lots of skips here. Slip and slide. So if you hold the B button, the run button, and hold a direction, you can control Chrono when he lands. Try to get to the treasure chest. Nice. Silver earring. That's the whole reason we went down here. Oh, Leo, thanks for the raid. Thank you for the good luck, and for all marathon runners, good luck to you as well. Alright, Denadoro Mountains are very nice. They're very nice. So you annoy this Kilwala, who's trying to live the life of mountain viewing, and he gives us a magic tab, which is nice. Helps us out. There's also a hidden speed tab down here. We want this for later. Speed tabs are very limited in this game. You can only really get a bunch of them in the Black Omen. And we're not going there in this run, so we need to get all the ones that we can that are convenient to get. Alrighty. Alright, pretty smooth Denadoro. I ran into the kid. Anyway. Alright, so these children are Masa and Mune. They are magical creations from dreams from the Kingdom of Zeal, something like that that are the physical manifestation of a sword. So they're gonna test our worth. So we're gonna put them to sleep because Hypno Wave is very helpful. And when both of them are asleep, or if one of them is asleep, the other cannot do anything. They're stuck. That's correct. Getting a critical hit on this fight is nice, because it's not a good way to speed up this fight, besides getting a single critical hit. Alright, but Fire Punch is the main damage we're doing, both for this fight and the next one. And that's why we want to get the Mirage. Well, I don't know if Fire Punch is just magical damage or not. It might be. Regardless, we picked up the Mirage Fist for Robo. Okay, so Masa and Mune do a fusion Ha and become Masamune. You can pronounce Masamune however you want. Masamune. However I'm most comfortable with, but just go with JP pronunciation myself. Alright, so this guy, pretty tough. This fight is going to turn into a battle of resources. Chrono is eventually going to be a healer, and Luca and Robo will be continuing to do Fire Punch. But Chrono can get a few hits at the start. Again, getting any sort of critical hit is nice, but I'm not likely to see one. So he kind of moves around randomly, it feels. More often than not, I feel like he favors keeping around Luca. Just hit her. I'm gonna do this. Oh, really? Whatever, let's heal. Alright, he's gonna do storing tornado energy. That's what I was waiting. I was expecting that to happen a little sooner. When he's storing tornado energy, any attack that's directed at him, he will do a little counterattack. It does about 40 damage to people. It's not that bad. But at this point of the fight, he's about to double his damage. So he's hitting people for like 40, 50. Now he's going to hit for about 100. So Chrono needs to keep next to Luca, watch her HP, because he likes to hit her a lot. And she can only really survive one hit. It's good that he's moving about. So like I said, sometimes he just plants his feet next to Luca and wails on her. Chrono can probably attack here. That's fine. There's the counterattack. Slash breaks up tornado energy, and if you talk to an NPC, you discover this. So, not all NPCs in RPGs are useless. Hey, thanks you, Thank you, Cronian. Chrono Trigger is definitely very fun. I'm glad I played it. And I really like the Super Nintendo version. I think the dialogue is a lot of fun. Nice crit. Look at that! Chrono getting a crit. Very nice. Alrighty. So we have proved our worth. Awesome, and they're like, are they the one? Will they fix us? So we're gonna once again see one of the best animations in the game, in my opinion. All of the world map sprites are gonna spin around and bounce on the world map. It's really cute. I wish there was more of it. There's only a few places we can see this. But we shall ride the wind. Okay, so we gotta figure out how to restore the Masamune. Boop. So cute. Alright. But first, let's go see Tata. Because we have to. He needs to confess that he is in fact not a hero. He did find the hero's badge, but it wasn't earned. So, at least he does good in that regard. Let's go find a real hero. Depressed as though he may be, he's still a hero. Alright, we found Frog, who has the most amazing candle in all of creation. Look at that flame. I have to point it out every time. I like the small sprites too. One of the things I didn't like about the PC version was they changed the sprite design, made them bigger, and did more different art for it. I didn't like it. They give Chrono like 30 pounds of hair, so it's just all up just in front of his face. Looks gross. I'm going to do a safety shop. I normally don't do this, but this is for a marathon. So what we're going to do is buy a couple shelters and about 11 more bit tonics. So we learned from Frog that the Masamune once existed, and he's not worthy to wield it. And then from studying the other side, the hilt of the Masamune, we learned that the creator is apparently someone named Melchior, who writes their name backwards onto the blade. So why not? So we know where Melchior is. He's out selling weapons near Hecarim Cave. Let's go pay him a visit. It's the Frozen Flame. That's right. Frozen Flame does exist. Frog found it first. I never thought of it that way. I like that. Alright, it's cake time. No time like cake time. Okay. You could avoid using the cake. We do want to restore our MP for later, but you do so before fighting Nisbel. So it's optional. If you have enough HP for the upcoming fights before Nisbel, then you should avoid the cake, but I don't know, just a few seconds for eating cake? Come on, you should just eat the cake. Anyway, Melchior talks about Dreamstone. It's a red stone that is extremely rare and doesn't really exist anymore. He's like, if we have that, we could probably reforge the Masamune. But where are you gonna find Dreamstone? In a closet, of course. Most things are. Alright, down we go. Mystic Mountain. Time to see the best character. In my opinion. Definitely my favorite character. Truly the comic relief of Chrono Trigger. There's a lot of little humor in this game, but nothing like what Ayla can provide. Laser spin. Slash, you're on. Sure. It's always time for cake, exactly. Delicious, delicious cake. Oh no, we're surrounded. But wait. Who is that woman? She's incredible. She's gone beyond human. She is a Super Saiyan. No. Alright. What Robo's doing here is laser spin. It's technically shadow magic damage, so it's pretty effective against the reptites. It's a really strong attack. That's the... We'll use it one more time. Alright, she's rather agitated, looking for a fight. No, she just wants to look him in the eyes. Establish dominance. Alright, so we're gonna name Ayla. This has a purpose, I promise. Super! Me super! Anyway. So Ayla, I'm talking Ayla up, but as a character, both, you know, however you feel about her, story-wise is whatever, but as a combat character, Ayla is generally one of the better characters. Her entire stuff is based on strength, which if you level her up enough, she will max out strength without issue. She's incredibly fast when she joins our team. I think she's the fastest. I don't know what her initial speed stat is, but she's so fast that she's going to start outspeeding Chrono, who is normally pretty fast. And so it's going to be a little bit of an issue in some of the fights we're going to do. And I mentioned before, speed tabs are really rare until you get to the Black Omen. And there's no way to increase your speed permanently unless you use a speed tab. So having a character that starts with high speed is really nice. There are pieces of equipment that increase your speed, which helps out a lot. But you have to decide what you want to do. Sacrifice stats and power for speed, or what have you. But anyway, Ayla's happy for us, so she recognizes us as strong, so she throws us a party. She's awesome. We're gonna go watch Robo dance 4 times. You could bring Moral here, and if you do, she's just gonna, I think, walk down to the center and start dancing. It takes a long time. It's really funny, but we'd rather watch Robo dance in place. He's got that Rick Astley soundtrack in his head. Talk to him about bugs and soup, and then talk to Ayla. This is just a correct name. Super no lose. Okay, she found red rock, super rare rock, sign of leadership. So we challenged Super to a duel of eating soup, drinking soup. So this is a mashing game. You don't have to mash too hard to win this. The game doesn't, if you mash particularly hard or use like a turbo controller, you don't speed up this game in any way. The game is over when Ayla drinks, when she's done. So you're just trying to eat a little bit more than her. Eat some of the Jurassic soup. If you do that, you win. I wake up to a very bright morning, and we discover that Luca's gate device that can open up gates is gone. It's been taken, and there are footprints. So we need to go talk to an authority figure. Wake up, sleepyhead. You're in charge here. I'm gonna be in Robo. So Ayla, when she joins us in this run, she's about 6 levels higher than us. That just goes to show kind of how far behind we are, based on what the game kind of expects you to be at. I think they intended you to be around the same level as Ayla, or maybe her being a little bit less. And Ayla is helpful in all categories, but she's especially helpful in any percent glitchless. So we'll see more what she can do later. Alright, so it turns out Kino, the one who likes Ayla a lot, who descended from on high to the mountain. He took the thing from Luca, and then Reptites took the thing from him. So now he feels bad, so we're gonna go chase the Reptites in this very confusing maze. So this place is really cool. There are shadows and upper levels that really disguise where entryways are in this forest. So it's a pretty clever level, but when you know where to go, you can breeze through it without issue. But casually, you can be stuck here for a long time, especially if you're trying to get all the treasure chests, like down there. All right, forest maze. All right, speaking of like all treasure chests, this place is a nightmare if you want to try to get every treasure chest in this place. So these little weevils will walk around randomly and dig holes. And these holes lead to different places. I hit left. Anyway. So as a result, there are certain rooms in the Reptile lair that can only be accessed by a particular place where a hole is drilled. So you literally have to wait for them to drill the right hole in the right place, and if they don't, you have to reload the room if you want to try to get all the treasure chests. For those who've tried this before, I think it's the elixir room I'm talking about. That thing took me so long to get casually. Alright. So we're going to use our first lightning attack on Megasaur lightning attack here. So the theme is all dinosaurs are weak to shock. They're weak to lightning. When they're hit with it, it reduces their defense to normal levels, because normally they do quite a lot of damage. So we're going to use this technique going forward for most of the dinosaurs we're going to fight. Alright, going to do some strolling. Nothing to see here, just some teenagers. No, a teenager, a robot, and a mighty woman with great fashion sense. Stolen by. I can never. Alrighty. Gonna prepare for Nizbel. So Ayla, we got Karate, Berserker, all the stuff. Shelter, safety save. I'm not worried about Nizbel, but it's been a while since our last save, so just want to keep it consistent. Azala, leader of the Reptites. I think it's Queen Azala? Correct me if I'm wrong. The Reptites are, I didn't really mention them, they're very intelligent. They're essentially the dominant species on Earth right now. And the humans are underdeveloped, but with Ayla's help, they will become the dominant species. Not quite true, with Lavos' help, humans become the dominant species. Alright, so we're gonna use lightning. Then, after lightning, we're hoping to see at least 2 critical hits from Ayla at some point before the final phase. Robo can also get a critical hit. It's nice if he does, but Ayla just does so much more damage than Robo right now. So we're hoping for that. So Chrono can hit twice. Then he's going to set up to do lightning again. Hey, Ayla got 1. Alright, 1 more. Alright, we took a lot of damage from that discharge attack. So Chrono's going to be focusing on healing Ayla and himself. We do not need Robo to survive this fight. It's okay if he does, but it's not necessary in the grand scheme. Alright, 1 more crit. There you go. Okay, so because Ayla got 2 critical hits, we can play this next phase a little more risky. if you didn't get 2 critical hits, you can either risk it that she's going to get like 4 in this next phase, or you can heal up with Chrono and prepare for an additional phase. But since she got 2, Chrono can attack and assist. And any more critical hits Ayla gets, the faster the fight will end. She only got 2 so far, so it's not been super great luck, but every now and then she could get like 5 or 6 critical hits. It's pretty awesome. Right. Not bad. Okay. Your days are numbered. Like a villain. Super no lose, burp. Ayla, she drank too much soup. Alright, we do a little skip here. By going diagonally out of the room, whether left side or right side, you can skip a little text box from Ayla. It saves a tiny bit of time. Alright, you get Robo, Power Glove. I'm used to Robo's name being 9, so kind of thrown off a little bit by the ampersand. Alright. So we can't run through these guys, so we trigger the fight. Why can't I run away? This is a persistent problem. What's been happening throughout this? Anyway. I never finished going over the technical stuff about running. What we're doing is holding L and R, getting into the tech menu as quickly as possible. You can get into the item menu if you wanted to, but it's a little more finicky. So when you run, when you hold L and R, there's a meter that's building for running. And then once it's filled up, you run away. In the tech menu, you can still hold. I need to go. Where are we going? Melchior? Yeah. In the tech menu, you can still keep holding L and R, and the run meter will continue to build. So by doing that, you go into the tech menu, then exit the tech menu and immediately run away. And this prevents enemies from getting 1 or 2 or 3 attacks on you. Most of the time. Sometimes the game doesn't recognize you're holding L and R, and other times enemies' ATB is so fast that you were too slow to get into the tech menu for the effect to happen. But we do our best. Alright, so they're gonna forge the Masamune. There's a little thing you can do here. Whenever Melchior is stationary, you can go up next to him and walk into him, and this speeds up some of the cutscene, just in general, especially the end part. So I'm gonna do this. I just want to be careful not to mash or talk to them while you're walking up against him. Not sure why it speeds up the cutscene, but it does. And with that, it has been reforged. This is the Masamune. And somehow Robo can sense spiritual energy. He's gonna make mention of it again, so just don't question it. Robo is magical. Now, we're going to 600 AD to go visit Frog, and this is our last bird skip. Last time we have to go through this entryway to 600 AD. So far, we're 2 for 2 on skips, though both of them have been a little bit slow. So for the 3rd time, you go to the left side of the bridge while being flush with the top. Then hold up. There you go. Bird skip. That one was decently fast. So. Alright, let's go see a sad frog. cheer him up, probably. Let's get that amazing candle. Ponder this turn of events. So we get Frog's backstory. The gist of it, I mean, you could kind of read the dialogue as it goes on. The gist of it is he had a best friend whose name was Cyrus. Cyrus was the best knight of the kingdom. And Cyrus, he died in battle when we were fighting against Magus. And Glenn, as he's called, as Frog is, his real name is Glenn. Glenn feels very guilty. He has survivor's guilt that Cyrus did not live. He did, despite turning into a frog. So, they're all connected, Queen Lean, Cyrus, and Glenn. And but apparently Glenn has a really weird fashion sense. He's got a blue sleeveless hoodie that has a zipper in the front. I don't know. We see Cyrus's exploits. He stops the Frog King, gets the badge of courage. Apparently Glenn's hair was turned red for this cutscene. Then the confrontation with Magus. Ozzy and Magus look down on them. And then Magus, well, Magus is kind of funny. He gets slapped with magic. And poor Cyrus doesn't live. Cyrus. And then Magus has the best harumph I've ever seen in a video game. Harumph! What's the matter? Anyway, just have to point out that harumph. So Glenn was turned into a frog, cursed to become a frog. And so, with the sword in hand, Cyrus even acknowledged that Glenn was the better swordsman. He feels maybe he should turn over a new leaf and seek out revenge using the Masamune. Awaketh, oh! Nothing can beat science, is what Lucas says. Alright, away we go. Alright, we saw no news. That's good. Alright, did you like that cutscene? We're about to see another cutscene. Because you could explore the world with Frog. You can get a magic, which is kind of what the game wants you to do. We're going straight to where we need to go, though. And I will offer a warning, 2 warnings. One, at the end of this cutscene, there's going to be a loud noise. Very loud noise. And I'll just warn everybody again as it gets closer. So if you're listening with headphones or in a place where it's quiet, and you don't want a sudden ringing, tinnitus-inducing sound effect, maybe lower the volume just a little bit. Alright, Cyrus calls Glenn a marshmallow because they're friends. That's what friends do. You're a marshmallow, Glenn. And we see Cyrus, whose design is very similar to Glenn from Chrono Cross. Cyrus from the back, he's gonna have similar armor, hair, boots, sword, the scarf. He's just essentially Glenn from Chrono Cross. How much time does Glenn get to shine in the run? Not much. He's more of a star in Glitched 100%. because he gets to throw elixirs at bosses. In this category, we're essentially only using him up to Magus. So. Yeah, in this category and most of the glitchless stuff, most characters get some spotlight. I like 90% a little bit more. Well, I don't say more. They're all interesting. I like 90% glitchless because Moral gets her time to shine, which is normally kind of restricted in other stuff. That and Ayla gets more of the limelight. All right, big noise coming. Warning, warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cover your ears, lower the volume, do whatever you need to do. Or blast it, I don't care. Alright, the big noise is over. You are safe to restore the volume. Alright, this is an awesome cutscene. I think it's done better than the animation that was in the PlayStation 1 version. It just looks great, even for Super Nintendo graphics. Interesting. Wow, it's been so long. I didn't mean it like that, Trace. I didn't mean it. Alright, so this cave is a little, there's a time limit for being here. The longer you're here, the more likely you're gonna get a encounter with those bats. So, you mash through the text and clear the fight quickly, you'll be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do a save. Yeah, after that encounter with the gremlins, Frog asked about magic. And so you could take Frog back to Specchio and he'll get access to water magic, which is pretty fun stuff. I liked using Frog casually. His bubble attack with Robo was a lot of fun. Essentially, Robo rides a giant bubble and crashes onto an enemy. I thought that was a fun animation. Alright, we made it. El Magus. To his castle. So, they want you to kind of explore the castle, talk to these very strange NPCs. But all we really have to do is go on the left side and the right side. And you can pick whichever direction you want to. It's slightly faster for the speedrun to go left first, then right. Just slightly faster. Ever so slightly. We're gonna pick up Mid-Ether. Avoid talking to them. If you go up next to these these NPCs, they'll just open text boxes, which causes a little bit of lag. So you just want to avoid them. All right. And there he is, Ozzy. Somehow he has a shadow on the window. But don't worry about that. Oh, how's it going, Safid? Okay. So, we'll see what kind of luck we get here. If we're lucky, they won't get a chance to attack. So, yes. Laser spin. Also, I hope everyone likes violins. Shrieking violin in the background, because that's what we're gonna hear for the next, like, 15 minutes. We're not in a boss fight. Just a persistent E. Anyway. So these kids like, hey, you want our treasure? Yep. So inside this treasure chest is a barrier. It's very important we pick this up. Otherwise, we're gonna have trouble with the Magus fight. Alright, so Frog, get a Titan Vest, and the Berserker. The Berserker. A magic shadow. Alright, flee, question mark? So we don't want Chrono to... Well, I guess it doesn't matter who gets MP bustered, but we're not really going to use MP in the upcoming fights. Don't hate the spooky ambient violin. I'm just saying. Anyway, you're right, it is a really nice track for like a ghost house if you're going to put that in the background. I think it's really well done. Just not the most pleasant thing to listen to by itself. But the ambiance is fantastic. Alright, Flee. So Flee is your best introduction to status effects. I think at this point you've barely seen any. But Flee does most of the status effects. Very good. Alright, if we lined up, Frog and Flea's ATB are like stacked, and Frog is going to interrupt Flea's ATB, so we just wait. Depending on the RNG, she could hit Frog at the start, and he could be put to sleep. You don't want that to happen. And if that happens, then Flea will start flying around using poison attacks, darkness attacks, things like that. But this way, we're going to be only seeing the stare when she decides to attack. The stare is pretty dangerous, so we're going to be on standby to heal. Frog and Chrono are our priority to heal up. Robo does not need to survive this fight. Yeah, Frog's angry. So yeah, he's berserked, and we're hoping he gets critical hits. Frog has, I think, a 23% chance to get a critical hit. So correct me if I'm wrong. It's not quite 25%. Then once Robo gets knocked out, we will stop using the stare. Alright, we definitely want to heal Poison. Poison has an additional effect in that it lowers your attack power by a little bit. Go ahead and heal Chrono up to be safe. Miss. Boo! Don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep. You jerk. You could wait for Flea to hit Frog again, and he'll wake up. But the heal is sometimes necessary. No blindness, that's good. I should have healed Frog, but we're almost close to the end of this fight, especially with this critical hit. Quite. For safety. Alright, so not too bad. I could have foregone the healing, but better safe than sorry. Especially in a marathon. Alright, so we're going to collect this magic tap and move on. Try to avoid the NPCs. They won't talk to you this time, they will trigger an ambush fight. You get close enough to them, so careful movement. Treasure. Now, I'm going to heal everybody up. I'll use Robo's MP. You could use mid-tonics if you want to. It's a little bit faster. But Robo doesn't use his MP in this category, so might as well. And in this fight, there's a small chance that Robo gets hit. It's because he's only at 1 HP. he'll get knocked out. This prevents having to open the menu again to heal. Yeah, we one-shot all of these dissident enemies. Yep, Robo would have died. Alright, we made it. We made it to Sir Slush. Sir Slush. Alright, so Slash is a little bit different of a fight. With Flea, we had to kind of react to status effects and things like that. With Slash, we're a lot more active. We're gonna hit him, and just not stop hitting him until phase 2. That's a nice critical hit. I want to see as many critical hits as possible, especially from Frog. He does about 400 damage. There you go, Frog. Keep it up. He's so angry. In manipulated categories, the Slash fight is a bit nerve-wracking because you have to constantly do inputs during the fight. And it's a little more interesting from a player standpoint, because all I'm doing is holding my Y button. Which most people have X, just for muscle memory, I keep Y as my input. Some of the glitch categories. Alright, phase 2 begins. Hey, Sarah Ray. Alright, so phase 2, we take a look at whoever is lowest health and heal them up first. It's usually Frog, but this time it's Chrono. Chrono! Then Slash will hit Chrono and Frog in a line here. Heal Frog. It's up to your judgment to attack with Chrono or Robo at any time, but there are backup healers, so you don't want to not heal in this fight. Eventually, Slash is going to do quite a lot of damage to us. So what will end up happening is Slash will do an attack called Spin Cut, which is a really weird name for the attack. Because what he does is he jumps up in the air and hits you on your head. Nice crit, Robo. When he does Spin Cut, he's getting close to critical health. And then when he's at critical health, what he's going to do is counterattack whoever hits him immediately. But when he's at critical health, he has like 500 HP to go. So usually a critical hit from Frog is all you need to do to knock him out. Do our best. Hey, keep it up, Frog. Keep Frog healthy. There's the Spin Cut, right onto Chrono's head. Load up. I'll wait. I'll wait still. Miss. Another miss. You rarely miss in Chrono Trigger on boss fights. Only during really Flea and Slash is it noticeable in the speedrun. Critical hit. He might be in. Not yet. It's getting close. Again. Alright, we will keep Chrono on standby to heal. Yes, indeed. Alright, so yes, indeed means he's in critical health. You definitely want to heal Frog, because he could at any time do a Spin Cut following up the yes, indeed counterattack. But got a critical, so that should knock him out. Oh, Not yet. I should be good though here. Hey, especially with a crit. There you go. What? Alright, well I guess he entered critical health a bit early. I know we'll be fine here. GG. Alright, a little close. Alright, Slash has been finished. He does make a return later, but not in this category. So we'll be satisfied. We're going to switch out Robo for Luca. Take his weapon, the Slasher. Give it to Chrono. He's going to get a Power Glove. Frog's going to get a Power Scarf. Use a Shelter. Sometimes when you're on the save point, it doesn't count that you're on the save point. Use both magic tabs on Luca and the speed tab on Luca. Safety save, I guess. And away we go. Alright, so Luca's in our party for one reason, is that she needs to learn a dual tech fire sword. Yeah. Please run. Thank you. So we're going to only fight a couple of encounters, just so Luca can get just enough tech points for fire sword. Luca usually outspeeds Frog. Okay. Alright, Flame Toss can get both of them in a line. Sometimes the Grimalkin will move. I feel really bad when he does. This Flame Toss only hits one enemy instead of two. Magus on drums? Of course. He's got that drummer persona. Quiet, mysterious, perhaps a little dreamy. Most drummers are? I don't know. Okay, the magic of running away. Alright, so we're going to collect this Mist Robe. This is for Ayla. For our purposes in the speedrun, the Power Glove is. We're just kind of setting up for the Magus fight, and we don't really need the hero badge. Everything we do regarding menus is very intentional, unless I make a mistake. So it's meant for the benefit of the run. Even if it doesn't seem like it. Oh, of course. Alright, I got hit. I'm gonna heal because we got hit a lot already due to mistakes. Yeah. Alright, the outside sections of Magus's castle is pretty interesting, the way the movement goes. Hopefully I don't mess it up. Usually when we're cutting a corner, I'm holding up, like right here, and by doing that you can walk essentially through the enemy without hitting their hitbox. Avoided the pits. I'm happy I did not mess that up. If you hit a diagonal in this area, the birds will slash down and you have to fight an encounter. So hit only the upward button on the D-pad. Okay. Okay, I was a little late, so I'll wait. Here we go. Alright, now fight this group. Wild and educational. Try my best. Alright, who goes? Oh, who? Well, that's fine, I guess. Supposed to do Slurp Cut. Frog was not on tech. Alright, barrier. I guess you can attack. Use hit no wave. Change up the RNG, I guess. Been very consistent so far. How is this run with RNG manipulation? It's very stressful. Whether you're doing glitchless or glitched. Glitched is far more difficult, but I haven't tried glitchless manipulation myself, so I can't really speak. But I have done glitched 100% runs. You're not allowed to make very many mistakes in those runs if you're trying to go really fast. There are plenty of backups in case you mess up, but those are very time consuming if you have to go for the background or backup. Okay, this fight is interesting. These enemies have a magic defense counter. When you hit them with magic, they turn on magic defense. Hit them with physical, they turn on physical defense. So Hypno Wave is considered magic, so we could just hit them with X Strike in one shot. Chrono and Frog are strong enough for this. And after this fight, Luca and Chrono should get Fire Sword. And this fight is unrunnable, so we've been skipping all the things we need to skip. And if you're ever short on tech points, you can fight some bats on the way to Magus, and that should give you Fire Sword. Spin cut, Fire Sword? Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Ozzy, when you have a frog swordsman. Okay. Very important item, the speed belt. Probably the most equipped accessory in the speedrun. Just a free +2 to speed. Until you get speed tabs, you're almost certainly going to use it. So these levers, we're going to hit them with Chrono only, and depending on the damage we do to the lever, you can predict what you're going to get for the Magus fight. I haven't gone so far as to figure out everything, but I do know the last number, some of the last numbers. So if we get 132 or 133, we're probably going to get fire. If we get 126, we're going to get shadow. And then I don't know what what water and lightning are. But we'll see what fate has in store. Alright, 132, 133. Let's see the magic. Nice, okay. So we should get fire as our first input in the Magus barrier. What happens after that, I don't know, but we'll see. That guy was... Ozzy is great comic relief. Alright, so Chrono gets Dark Mail, the Silver Earring, he needs the HP. Back to the Berserker, and you get the Speed Belt, which is right here. Alright, Safety Shelter, Safety Safe, and ready to go. Alright, with Manipulate categories, you know exactly what you're going to get with the phase of Magus, and you need to do the inputs exactly correctly at the right time to continue the barriers to be in your favor. So in Glitched 100%, we hope for Shadow, because we bring Robo instead of Luca. And I think with Manip Glitchless, you still take Luca with you, so you're hoping for Fire. So the puzzle with Magus, he's a very puzzle-related boss, is that you can only damage him when he uses an elemental barrier. You can only damage him with that element. So we only have two characters that have magic. Chrono has lightning and Luca has fire. Frog never went back to learn water. So essentially we have a 50-50 chance, theoretically, to get a favorable barrier to deal damage to Magus. Alright, that's that. Fire. There we go. Okay, so Frog hits Magus, lowers his magic defense, and then we hit him with a fire sword. That's how the fight goes. was hoping for either lightning or fire. Okay, there you go, Luca. So we used the barrier on Chrono because we need him to survive a little bit longer. Alright, fire is nice. So double fire, it's a good start. This knocks out Frog. We're gonna spend time healing up Chrono and Luca. So, tonic. You could choose not to heal Luca as much. The idea is you definitely don't have to heal Chrono as much because he has more HP than Luca with a silver earring. Alright. Our sword. Water. Alright, water is the worst barrier. It hurts. There's nothing we can really do. So what I'm going to do is heal up Luca a little bit, and she's going to push to the next phase. Wait. Oops. Oops. Alright, what do we got? Water again. Water, water, everywhere. And not a Magus in sight. Makes no sense. Push again. Water, water, lightning. Alright. So we'll heal up Luca, bring back Frog. Instead of Fire Sword, use a lightning attack from Chrono. Luca will revive Frog. Luca can use a mid-tonic on Chrono while we're waiting for Chrono to use lightning. This man, some good. Hey, Grisar, Rabanaste. Alright, lightning. Nice crit. Save those for later. Lightning, lightning. Alright. So that's fine. Uh-oh. Luca. Alright. So, revive Luca. No! Alright. This is not great. Whatever. Do our best. Chrono should outspeed. No, he messed it up. So, alright, that's unfortunate. So this is gonna heal Magus. I should have just waited. When you hit Magus with a magic attack that isn't the barrier he uses, it heals him up. Hey, we got fire. That's cool. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but now I have to heal Chrono so we don't die. Should I heal... I meant to heal Luca, by the way, but I accidentally mashed. Alright. Let's heal Chrono. Play it safe. Safe and slow. Luca. We're gonna try to get Luca going with a little bit more HP before reviving Frog. Alright, so let's revive Frog. What? Oh, nice crit. Save that for later. Alright, if we've done enough damage, we'll go into phase 2. I don't think we have done enough damage yet. Oh, we have. Nice. Right, so we could get the juicer. So while he's transitioning to phase 2, you can hit him one more time with the same magic, and this time it does 800 damage instead of the normal 500-ish. Now we can hit him with whatever magic spell we want, so we're gonna go with fire, of course. And if we're quick enough and the ATB is good, we should be able to get 3 fire swords. I've had it once or twice that I guess the ATB seems to be fast and we don't get the 3rd. But that's okay, as long as the barrier's up. Yeah, so we didn't get the 3rd again. Oh no. I think we lost. The barrier just dropped. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Marathon luck. Alright, I hope you guys like Magus, because we're going to fight him again. So we were in the fight just a little bit too long, and the barrier dropped. So that Chrono would have been absolutely fine. Normally when we get really weird patterns, like shadow, shadow, water, water, I anticipate that the barrier will drop early. And when that happens, you heal up Chrono to full. So we just got really unlucky with the timing. If I hadn't have made the mistake with healing Frog instead of Luca, that probably wouldn't have happened. But whatever. It's the worst timing for that. Anyway, try again. It's unfortunate because this fight is kind of long, but it's not the longest fight. Alright, so now we got probably a whole new set of barrier patterns. Almost certainly is going to be different. Water. Ooh. Alright, Chrono will heal up Luca. And then Luca will shoot again. Get another phase. Nice crit. Fire. Alright, good. So we'll heal up Chrono, revive Frog. Luca should be fine. Well, now Luca might not be fine. 120. Oh, Frog is still alive. That's... what happened? Okay. From beyond the grave, Frog emerges. Victorious. Okay. That was unexpected. Okay. How did he do that? So Geyser has a sap effect, so that's why it drained his HP, but he was able to get one more hit off before... did he already? Thank God. Thank God that... I forgot too late. I should have done the fire. I just disregarded Frog's attack entirely, so mistakes are being made again. Lightning. Okay. Alright, heal up. Alright, apologize for all the mistakes, but should be fine. So no worries. And whenever Frog hits Magus one time, it'll lower his defense. Magic defense. If he hits twice, it changes the phase. So, because Frog got that hit in, I disregarded that his magic defense was already lower. Alright, so we got fire again. So we have one weak fire, a lightning. So we're gonna need 2 more fires at least. Or a bunch of lightnings. Let's see. Luca. Alright, Luca's not going to survive this. Oh, fire. She might survive this. I think she does like 70, take 70 damage. But she might get hit by the... Geyser? Okay, we're fine. Cool. I'll go ahead and keep Chrono healthy. Alright, revive. Oh, nice. Okay. Phase 2. Alright, so we got the juicer, which is nice. I'm not gonna make the same mistake. Just in case the barrier is gonna wear off, I'll do one round of healing. I probably don't need it, but I don't want to waste everybody's time. So keep Chrono nice and healthy. Nice. So we still got 2. Well, again, once again, you usually get 3 fire swords. But this is fine. Luca never survives dark matter, so we don't try to keep her healthy after he goes into phase 2. Alright, so I'm gonna revive Frog. So Frog does a lot of damage. I'm hoping for critical hits from him. So we revive him first. I am gonna heal up Chrono now, because barrier will wear off probably by the end of this phase. As long as he has close to 320, he'll survive dark matter. Excuse me. Get the crits, Frog! Keep it up! Almost out of MP. Alright, GG. A little bit of bad luck. So yeah, that's a 227 pretty much on my splits. We normally finish the Magus fight before 220. So about 7 or so minutes behind estimate. Like for my estimate. But we should be fine going forward. Alright, so Magus tries to sort of summon Lavos. It fails, and instead a gate is formed. So Magus is sent somewhere, not where we are. We're sent to 65 million BC. With the best character, so we got the better end of the deal. I mean, we get sent to our bed. Not 65 million BC. You'll be late for work. What is it that Chrono does for a living? Nobody knows. I say maybe he teaches people swordsmanship, but not really a need for swords in the modern world. I don't know. He farms cats. Okay. That's one way to say something he can do. He is very popular with cats, so understandable. Alright. Ayla is very concerned with our health, so she said, please wake up. Alright, one of the best lines. Looks at Frog for the first time. Yummy Frog for super eat. Perish the thought, lass. Alright, fun fact, if you mash A here, you're gonna go right back to sleep. So, hold off on the A mashing. Alright. Kino wakes up. Alright, so Kino's come to us, accept us as friends. So he's like, no, they need their sleep. But the Laruba forest has been burned down. So Laruba people are very peaceful, pacifists. They don't believe in fighting the Reptites, which Ayla dislikes, because Ayla knows how ruthless the Reptites are. She says they need to stand up to them. But because the Laruba people are in touch with nature, so to speak, they're able to summon winged friends, birds you might call them, the dactyls. So Ayla wants to take the dactyls to the Tyranno lair because our people were taken, kidnapped. Because that's what heroes do. Ayla is indeed a hero. Okay. All right, this is the, what do we call this? Something nest, dactyl nest? I don't know. Whatever this level's called. It has two very interesting skips. We're not doing them right now, but next couple screens we will. One of them is a pixel perfect alignment skip. Actually, they're both pixel perfect alignment. But one is easy to see, and the other one is not easy to see. You just kind of have to tap your way, unless you get lucky. So the first one's harder than the second one. It's pretty much all we need to know. Those who don't have the in-depth knowledge of how these skips work. So here we go. First skip. Let's see if I get it. Okay. Nice. Okay. So we tapped just like a pixel or two to get a perfect alignment just to hold straight up and around the rubble. In this one, we're looking for a specific square. Chrono's foot. Go away, you two. There we go. Chrono's foot is just on the edge. You hold up again, and you skip another ambush. Oh yeah, Fractal Chen. The reptiles are supposed to be superior to humans as far as intelligence goes. They built their own civilization and have their own technology. As part of Chrono Cross lore, they go into depth about kind of what they're able to accomplish. But this isn't Chrono Cross, so for now we just take what we get. But just know there is a timeline where the reptiles were not, spoiler alert, the reptiles were not wiped out. So they progressed and became the dominant species on the planet. Alright, take our birds over here. Then, do a level. So you're gonna do a glove, a scarf, Mr. Robe, a silver earring, back to speed belts. All set. Alright, Tyranno Lair. This place is interesting. In Tyranno Lair, there are a lot of ambush locations, and some of them are very bad. You can't run from many of them, and when you defeat the first, when you defeat the group of enemies, it'll summon a second set of enemies to fight. So it's very important that your movement is clean as you can be. Thankfully, there's a lot of good indicators of where to go and how to avoid what you need to avoid. So I shouldn't hit anything unnecessary, but accidents happen. That's right, I do speedrun Chrono Cross as well. So I like both games quite a lot. So I don't have bias towards either one. Both interesting speedruns in different ways. Alright, Ayla is mighty, but she can't open the doors from this side, so she squeezes through. Bonk. So Kino blames himself, but Ayla knows it's not Kino's fault. She demonstrates that she is indeed super. Bust through the doors. If your movement is confident in this next screen, you can get ahead of Kino, which normally the game doesn't really let you do that, but there's like almost a barrier in front of Kino if you lag behind. Alright, he's gonna open the door for us, say we're strong and he's weak, whatever. Say thanks, Kino. Okay. Oh, the slide. Beautiful. Occasionally, you'll get a slide from Chrono. He was, I'm proud to have gotten that in a marathon. Thanks. Alright, cool. Alright everybody, strap yourselves in. We're gonna be here for a little while. So we've hit our first grinding location. In any percent glitchless, we're gonna do 2 big grinds. This is the first. It's not that long. The second one's a lot longer. The purpose of this grind is to get Ayla to learn Cat Attack and Volt Bite. There are categories of any percent. I think the Japanese community have done them before, where you stay here for like 30 or so minutes. I don't know the exact time. And you grind this encounter until Ayla learns Dino Tail, which I think is her final skill. That's not a dual tech or triple tech. To spare to the audience repetition like that, we divide up the run, divide up the grinding for later, so it's a little bit more interesting. So all we're going to do is fight this group 7 times. And it's just really convenient. Cyclone hits the volcanoes, which erupt, which knock out the volcanoes, damages the Reptide, and Ayla cleans up. So it's pretty cut and dry. We got Flame Kick, we'll be using that as well. So in the glitch categories, you can completely skip Nisbel. So the big hulking dinosaur on the other side of the door who keeps flexing every time we enter. We're gonna fight him, but he is very skippable due to glitches. His crit. Okay, I haven't been counting, but I think it's the next one or the one after that. Yeah, you could talk to Nisbel. He acts very friendly. Why don't we talk to him once I'm done? There it is, Cat Attack, Volt Bite. So the grind is over, so let's continue. Here, hey, what's up? Azal is in the back. Well, thank you for the information. Alright, save. Alright, Nisbel. So Nisbel still has his weakness to lightning. We're going to exploit that because we just learned a dual tech Volt Bite, which does quite a lot of damage. Use it. Immediately. The damage of Volt Bite is going to grow by 200, I think, every time I use it, up to 3 times. So the damage is going to compound. Alright, wait for this. Chrono. Volt Bite with Ayla. I did it again, man. It's just the hardest thing in the world to wait for Nisbel to hit after this, and after this singular attack right here. But I'm gonna stagger the ETB a little bit. That should be okay. Ugh. Mistakes. Okay, he's gonna do a discharge attack, and does a lot of damage. So Luca is our healer in this fight. She's gonna heal herself first, and then he'll after the bonk attack, he's gonna do another pinball attack around the room. He's gonna do a singular attack. She's fine. Alright, so what we're gonna do, yeah, let's just do this now. Alright, so we need 2 more volt bites still. And I want to have everybody at above 220 health to survive the discharge attack. However, we do not have that yet. So Chrono, oops. That's okay, heal yourself. A little bit overboard on Luca. It's okay. Man, we could do it. Okay. Sorry for the delay. This fight did not go very well. It's my mistake though. But it's over. So what we're gonna do is one more attack of Fire Sword and have Ayla get set up for the next fight. Sword. Cat attack. So we're setting our tech so that when we open the tech menu, we will be on cat attack. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm going to do a safety save. Normally I would just go, but this next room, or next couple rooms, has a lot of ambush areas in it, and if I accidentally mess it up, it's better just to reset. Alright, we're fine. Better to reset than to actually fight the enemies. Alright, we got through. Chrono is going to get a ruby vest, power glove, which is down here. Luca gets the speed belt, Frog gets the defender, shelter, save. Alright, there's one more dodging an ambush. So look at this tile, tap report. That should be good. Alright. There's a couple of pixels of wiggle room, but I'm using a cue, a visual cue on the floor. And if we're in a certain range, all you have to do is hold up and skip a double encounter, essentially. So. Alright, Luca should be on item. So Luca is very helpful in the Tyranno fight. The Tyranno is the ultimate creation of the Reptites. Too bad he's just stuck on this tower. He's too big to go through doors, so he's gonna live here forever. Getting a wave. So Azala is susceptible to sleep, as most things are, most living things are. So we're just gonna wait. So Tyranno has really high defense, and he will eventually lower his defense, and when he does, that's where we're going to attack him. For now, he's gonna chomp on Luca. So that chomp attack is an HP drain, and it usually knocks her out. She might survive. That was kind of low damage. Oh, now she'll be fine. Alright, so we're going to be on standby with Chrono to revive Luca. And then after that, he's going to lower his defense. Okay, cat attack. Now we're gonna do fire sword. Alright, we're gonna stagger our ATB because Ayla and Chrono are very close in speed right now. And so it's very real possibility that Chrono will outspeed Ayla. And we don't want that because Chrono needs to wait on Luca to do fire sword. So there's a chance that Chrono does outspeed, and then you leak some ATB by switching to Ayla. Then you have a bad time because you don't do as many attacks when you have a bunch of ATB leaking between attacks. So by staggering it just a little bit, we avoid speed ties. Yeah, it's pretty cool fighting a Tyrannosaurus. He's got big arms for a T-Rex. I like his collar though. Meanwhile, Azala is just sleeping. Hypno Wave is very mighty. Do not underestimate it. So when it counts down to 0, it's going to do a big flame attack. So everyone should survive except Luca. And she normally does survive at full HP because she resists fire. But so we might get one more fire sword. We will not get a cap attack, so just hold on. If only we had Falcon hit. Well, we'll see plenty of Falcon hits soon. Alright, bring back Luca. So we're going to be a little bit on standby. We want Chrono to get hit at least one time with the fireball attack. Not the chomp, because the chomp heals up Tyranno a little bit more than normal, but that's okay. Alright, fireball, one fireball attack, hopefully it's not on Ayla. Good. Alright, then we're going to do flame kick 3 times. This is to provide a decent amount of chip damage, let's say, so that the timing with fire sword and cat attack isn't super tight. If you don't do these flame kicks, you could wipe. Our goal is to end the fight with everybody at low HP. So anything like essentially 90 HP or less is fine. So we did our 3 cat attacks. Ayla's getting chomped on. That's okay. Yeah, Falcon Hit is the mightiest dual tech. It's way too strong. I don't know what they were thinking. Besides, here's a really cool attack that hits everything in a line and does a lot of damage. Alright, so once again, we're waiting for defense to be lowered. Oh. Chomp chomp. Alright, cat attack. Stagger it a little, fire sword. And we should be good. So we'll just mash when we get to people's turns. And we should be able to finish the fight before he finishes his countdown. There's also a SAP status effect that's currently on the field when you fight Tyranno. SAP isn't super dangerous in Chrono Trigger, but if you are at 1 or 2 HP, you need to be careful because you could just die suddenly. And yeah, you need enough tech points so that Ayla and Chrono will eventually learn Falcon Hit. And then in 100% glitchless, you definitely want Luca to not miss any tech points as well, so she could eventually learn Flare. Alright, GG. Good game, Tyranno. Good game. It dissolved into nothing. But Azala was sleeping the entire time and took a little tumble. It's alright, Azala. You have really cool pauldrons. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Alright, so Azala predicted Lavos, essentially the red star in the sky will eventually fall. So Azala's kind of went a little crazy. It's like, let's just destroy everything while we can. Expecting that the Reptites would probably survive, but can I guess anticipate the trajectory that's gonna hit the Reptites instead? So Azala's like, oh, we're doomed. We're not allowed to live by the will of the heavens. Yeah, Tyrannus just a big bird. Couldn't see the wings. Speaking of birds, we have our bird friends. Kino found them. They're gonna take us away from here. All right, Dactyl. Super, what you do? So Azala refuses to go. Gives into the inevitable fate that the Reptites are gonna die off. So, Tyrannolair gets buried along with all the Reptites, and the ones that end up surviving eventually die out because the fall of Lavos sparks change in the climate, so everything starts becoming colder. You start talking to the NPCs of Ayla's village, and they're like, oh, it's cold. If you go around in certain places, you'll find that a lot of the dinosaurs aren't there anymore. They're just gone. So. Anyway, we have become blue sparks. The cutest little blue sparks you can ever imagine. Alright, never mind the super hot radiation from a meteor strike on the ground. We just go check out the impact site. Because we're fine, we're heroes. Alright. Who likes wind sound effects? Better question is, who likes the corridors of time? I think most people like corridors of time. We're gonna hear it for like 10 seconds. Back to wind. Same wind sound effect from FF6 when we're at Narsh. Alright. We're in the Queendom of Zeal, and we're gonna make a stop at Kajar. Kajar has been researching how to make magic tabs, I think. There's a really cleverly hidden speed tab there. I need to pick it up. Yeah, Zeal is studying magic in many forms. The first island we were in, there's a city of Enhasa. We're going to visit that later, which normally we don't do that. But they're studying dreams, the magic of dreams, and how to prophesize things, and it's pretty interesting. And there she is, the lovely lady, as well as some brat and a really cool cat. Pay attention to this purple, lavender, and gold cat. It's very important. This cat's name is Alphador, and he is the best cat in the game. Alright, anyway, this is Shala and Janice. Very important characters for the overall story of Chrono Trigger as well as Chrono Cross too. Shala is extremely powerful, most powerful magic practitioner in existence, and she's being controlled essentially by her mother. Not like mind control, but heavily influenced, if not being threatened, to do what she says. So Shala has to obey. She's not happy about it. Alright, we're gonna carefully not wake up this new. He deserves to sleep. Alright, we saw the power of the pendant. We're gonna take our own pendant and power it up somehow. Cats are indeed important. Alright, if everybody recalled, at the end of the Tyranno fight, we were at low HP. Everybody had about 50. And this is because this next fight, we do not have to win. It's actually faster to lose the fight. So, that's what the setup was for. So we have our first encounter with the Golem. Pretty tricky enemy. The next time you fight the Golem, I think, is one of the more difficult fights casually, unless you know exactly what to do. Alright. So what Golem does is, he will hit with a counter with his half HP attack, or if you do a magical type-based attack, he will respond in turn with that type. So if Luca, for example, is doing a fire attack, he would do his fire attack, which is a single target. It does a lot of damage, like 300 plus. Chrono's is a lightning attack that hits everybody, so that's why we wanted to hit him with Slash. Alright, look at Alpha Door, everybody. Pay attention to the cat. Anyway, Shala notices we're really good, and she feels bad for us, so she frees us. If you were to win the Golem fight, they would still imprison you, so... Right. But the Prophet says no, we're not allowed. Who is this Prophet? Nobody knows. Nobody knows except Alpha Door. Meow. He knows. Alpha Door is the smartest cat in existence. Never underestimate a purple cat. Anyway, so he, the Prophet, coerces Shala to send us back. So we find the time gate, and she uses her incredible magic to seal the time gate. The power of a pink pyramid. Magenta? It's magenta. Whatever. She feels really bad about it. Poor Shala just can't get a break. She just wants good things to happen for people. Wants to be a good person and help the world. And they just don't let her do it. So we can never return to 12,000 BC. At least not right now. So we need to figure out a way to get back there. But because we have our powered up pendant, we know can open these magical doors. And also treasure chests. So the game is giving you a hint. So like, hey, how about you go here? Go see Balthazar. He's only a little bit crazy. Let's get cracking. Alright, let's go see our bird friends. Look how loyal our bird friends have been. They waited for us. Lavos destroyed the planet slightly, and they're just waiting for us. Perfect pets. I noticed there are not as many dinosaurs because the planet's gotten colder. Only a little crazy, the best kind of crazy. So how's it going, Calvinier? God, it's difficult to pronounce. Has colorful pants, her stunningly long hair. Sure. Medina. Okay, so we're gonna make a little pit stop. You don't have to do this, but it's better that you do. It's worth it. It's about 1.5 minutes or so time loss if you don't do it, but it averages out to be better. Alright, so this pyramid we can unlock with the power of our pendant. The pendant is glowing. And this poor new has been stuck here for 13,000 years, acting as a guardian for these 2 treasure chests. One of them is a very good weapon, the other is a pretty good piece of armor. And you can only pick one. So if you want to get both, you have to do a New Game Plus or some sort of playthrough, next other playthrough. So the defensive piece of equipment is essentially a Protect helm. I think it's a helm. So whenever you have it equipped, you start the battle with Protect, and I think it persists throughout the entire fight. So it's pretty strong. We want the weapon, because the weapon is the Swallow, and it gives Chrono a +2 to speed, which is massive, because with that and the bandana, Chrono's able to max out his speed. Which will be helpful when we have to have Ayla chuck Chrono at enemies with Falcon Hit. Alright, so now we're going to 2300. Remember earlier, there were those group of enemies that I had to walk around and not run. They're still there. Still have to walk around them. Alright, walk. And because this is a marathon, I normally don't do this because it's not faster. But I'm going to do the Johnny race again. You normally just skip it and run across the way. It's faster than racing him, but do it. I hope I don't lose. I never really practiced this. I don't know if the patterns are different on the way back, but assume they're not. Yeah, there are 3 encounters if you choose to run across the way. One of them is skippable, the other 2 are not. I'm sure this will change up the RNG a bit, but who cares? Anytime you get into an encounter, RNG will advance a little bit. So by avoiding 2 whole encounters... Oh, by a nose! By a nose. I didn't feel like I won. But anyway. Okay, don't hold the up button. Alright, so here we are at the sewers. This is like a little mini dungeon. You could have visited this the first time you were in the future. The game kind of wanted you to, because you would have ran into Balthazar at the place we're going. How did Luca outspeed Ayla? RNG be weird. Anyway. So because we skipped it, we don't get to see anything about Balthazar and his descent into madness, which is kind of sad. So we're essentially going to a place that is supposed to be new to us, but it shouldn't be new to you. Anyway, so there's some skips here. Also, everything is a trap. Ignore it. Cat's a trap. The Coke can's a trap. The safe is a trap. This cheese is especially a trap. Step on the cheese. That save point is not a save point, it's a trap. Anyway, it's kind of like a little joke dungeon. And that treasure chest is the Rage Band, a really cool item. It's essentially counterattack. It's one of the best things you could give physical characters like Ayla or Chrono. Especially Ayla. But we don't need it. Yeah, she might still have the speed belt. But again, normally, Chrono and Ayla go first, and Luca is lagging behind. So even with the speed belt, she shouldn't exceed Ayla's attack. But RNG was different, the starting ATV was different, so I just never really saw that before in that fight. So that's okay. Save, yeah, save point got me too, I remember that. It's a trap! Good old Admiral Akbar. Alright, so we get sad music here. And you're like, why is there sad music? Because Balthazar isn't here anymore. You say, who's Balthazar? Well, about to find out. So Balthazar is one of the 3 gurus, and he was sent to the future, Melchior was sent to the present, and Gaspar was sent to the end of time. Balthazar got the worst deal because he's in an inhospitable environment, a hostile environment, you might as well say. And his only goal was to get back, so he started building a time machine because he's a genius and just needed to construct it. But he ran out of time, and he knew he was going to run out of time. So what he did was he built a robotic new and essentially programmed his own consciousness into this new to finish the project. In Chrono Cross, there's an alternate timeline where Lavos did not destroy the world. Makes sense, thanks to Chrono Trigger. And that Balthazar was sent to a future that was not destroyed, and so he was more easily able to make a time machine to go back in the past and save Princess Shala, which was his whole goal in Chrono Cross. But this isn't Chrono Cross, this is Chrono Trigger. Let's go, Epoch. Yo, Rotor Storm. So the raid. Mumble Mumble, take off. Alright. 12,000 BC. Alright. Let's go see everybody's favorite boss. Mudimp. Who doesn't like Mudimp? Raise your hand. I expect everybody in chat to raise their hand. Nobody likes Mudimp. The worst, one of the worst bosses in the speedrun. We might see why, depending on our luck. I'll do a safety save. Why, I don't know. Be okay. Alright, before we go forward, we're gonna get this power tap. It's gonna be for Ayla, so she can hit a slight damage range later. Alright, these beasts go down with a fire sword and a Rolo kick. We'll do that to both of them. In the glitch versions, you can skip these beasts. It is very hard to do these skips. So if you see any runner who could do these first try, they should be celebrated. It's not easy. Alright, so what's up? Alright, so Mudimp. Mudimp is bad for a few reasons. One of the reasons that we hope we don't see is that Mudimp can heal quite a lot, just over and over again if it wants to. So we hope we don't see it heal, and it usually heals at least once in the fight, so that's normal. If it heals more than like 3 times, you got unlucky. We're gonna start things off with Luca. Try to start with Luca. Luca just got rolled, steamrolled. Alright, Hypno Wave. It's a mighty spell. before the effect. Uh-oh, that's not good. So we got unlucky. Alright, normally the blue beast falls asleep. And that's the main one we want to fall asleep. Otherwise you get that quake attack constantly. Stop hitting Luca. I still didn't fall asleep, what a jerk. Manip isn't even doing anything. This is the blue beast. Alright, let's try again. Come on, Luca, I believe in you. This is what happens when you skip the Johnny race. RNG gets changed up quite a bit. Alright, we're good. So now, we're gonna attack. So, magic damage is what we want to use. Lightning, flame kick. Usually wakes up the beast immediately. Why? Leave her alone! Kick. I'll go ahead and attack. Alright. So Manip has 1200 HP. Not a lot. But he has really high magic defense and really high physical defense. The normal way you're supposed to clear this fight is... uh-oh. Dang it. The normal way you're supposed to clear this fight is you knock out the red and the blue beast first, and then Manip's defenses drop, and then you're fine. Anyway, he's not behaving. There's the heal. So we do like a little over 200 damage between lightning and flame kick, and he heals for 150. So if he constantly heals, it's like an insult. It feels so insulting. It's a good target. She has the most HP. Leave Luca alone. This red beast has a vendetta. Another heal. I like the pebble toss from Manip, it's kind of funny. One thing he does that we haven't seen yet, he drops like a little smoke bomb. The smoke bomb puts people to sleep. So Ayla, luckily Ayla's here because if anyone's asleep who isn't Ayla, she can use her healing move, Kiss. And she kisses so hard that it wakes people up. So it's a really nice utility spell. Get out of here, Manip. Finally. Alright. So, now we have a different nightmare to deal with. The nightmare of RNG. So, I'm gonna do... Where's my power tab? There it is. Alright, here you go, Ayla. Okay, so we're gonna fight something called a rubble. Rubble, and then there's another enemy called a turret. They give a huge amount of experience and tech points, but they are very hard to hit. Not without, like, guaranteed manipulation or being at a higher level. Luca and Marl, their weapons improve their accuracy if you find better versions of whatever they can use. But we're not using Marl, so they're not really reliable, and they don't do a lot of damage. But Rebels have 500 HP, We need either a critical hit from Chrono, or like this, 2 hits from Ayla and a hit from Luca. So not bad. So with this, we get 100 tech points, 1,000 experience, and we learn Falcon Hit. Everybody's favorite dual tech, as far as like Ayla and Chrono goes. So that's good, because if you didn't defeat the Rebel soon, he would run away, and then you'd have to fight another one. And Rebels do not respawn. So they're a one and done type of enemy. You could run from them, I think. But because they give so much tech points, they're very limited. Okay, let's do this. You get a power scarf, you get the sight scope for some reason, you get the berserker, and you get the speed bubs. I'll go ahead and position safety. Alright, the rest of Mount Woe is pretty standard. We're going to dodge a few things. We have to encounter some things, but for the most part, we're going to play it safe, avoid things. Slow there. Alright, speaking of Falcon Hit, we're going to use it on this upcoming fight. Very first use. Falcon Hit. That's the wrong way. God. I want to use... see what Napalm does. Hit the wrong direction. So you can get them all on a line, but I hit the wrong way. Oh, 250. Yeah. Almost, Luca. There's one rebel that does respawn at the end? Okay, cool. Did not know that. Okay, pick up this lapis. Run from these man-eaters. I'm gonna do something a little safe. I figured out not too long ago, a little time save for this category. There's a shield down here, consumable item that casts Protect. And normally you fight this group. By fight I mean you run away and then collect the shield. But what I discovered was that you can get a charmed shield using Ayla's charmed tech from an enemy at the end of the game. That's really convenient. So you technically save time by not picking it up there. Ooh, double crits. Goes out for blood. Alright. Now this is where we normally use our shelter. We need full MP for Chrono and Ayla. This upcoming boss fight. I'll pick up this time hat for money. There's a magic tab down here. This will be for Magus. I mean, it'll be for a future character that we may or may not get. It's a mystery. Alright, Giga Gaia. People really like Giga Gaia. He's got a fun face. Alright. Oh, nice. So Giga Gaia is pretty dangerous. His hands are dangerous. We're gonna hit his hands twice with Falcon Hit. If you don't take out the hands quickly, we will wipe. So, can't make too many mistakes here. Thankfully, Ayla went first, which means our menuing should be a lot smoother because she went first. But she almost always outspeeds Chrono somehow. Chrono has max speed. Yes, he did. No, he does not have max speed now. Once the hands are gone, you hit him 4 times in the face. And then what it'll do is resummon the hands. The hands will be resummoned at half HP, so you can hit him once with Falcon Hit. And then continue hitting him in the face. So love A-list cheering. So, okay, hands are resummoned. Luca's just here for support. In the glitch category, Luca actually does things, as well as Chrono. They do different things than Falcon Hit. Because you can manipulate your critical hit rate, so I have to watch the Falcon Hit animation as much. We have just enough MP to knock out Giga Gaia. Almighty his face. Whoop, whoop. Even if the hands are resummoned, ignore them and just hit the face. So with good RNG ATB, you can defeat him before the hands are summoned. Doesn't always happen. You can have very clean menuing. I think, not to brag or anything, I think my menu was pretty good there, but still summon the hand. So I think there is some factor of RNG. But you do leak tiny amounts of ATB sometimes. There are times when you get into Ayla's menu and Chrono's not ready to go with Falcon Hit. So that's especially when you leak ATB. That didn't happen a single time in this fight, so I'm not sure why we were so far behind, but whatever. Just a small time loss. Melchior? Alright. So Melchior was being held prisoner here. In this alternate 12,000 BC timeline, three gurus are separated differently than how they were, I think. Yeah. It's kind of explained in the Chrono Compendium explanation of the lore. Melchior was normally sent to 1000 AD, and the very kind mystics took him in, helped him out. But this one, he wasn't. He was imprisoned in Mount Woe. Arc Impulse. Broad Frog used Steam Heal. The soundtrack is similar to Secret of Mana. Yeah, Yasunori Mitsuda, fantastic composer. Also Nobuo Uematsu assisted with Chrono Trigger soundtrack. You might be able to hear his influence in some tracks, like the Johnny Race theme and Tyranno Lair. Tyranno Lair is very similar to like Kuja's theme, fight theme. You fight Trans Kuja in FF9. Anyway, Dalton's here to ruin everything. So Shala was like, I opened up the gateway so you can go back, the Skyway, so you can go back to the palace. And Dalton kidnaps Princess Shala, scars young Janice by slapping him in the face. And Janice becomes like a little Batman. Seeing that which he fears, he tries to emulate him by getting a cape and long hair. Not the eye patch though, because that's tacky. So we need to figure out how to save Shala. Alright, Chrono steps up. Nothing can go wrong when a teenager with some drive wants to save somebody. Nothing. We take a burning sword, the Proto Masamune, the ruby knife, and we're gonna do something with it. Dalton is the definition of tacky. He's a real stinker. Alright, so what we're gonna do is take a detour. So this is not normally done 100%. We're gonna open a book, and open another book. And step on a tile to heal up. And go down, open another book. This opens up a secret library where New resides. Alright, I mentioned before that we're kind of lacking when it comes to speed tabs. In 100% you're able to go to the Black Omen and acquire a lot more speed tabs. But we can't do that because that's a little bit slow to do. So instead, we take an alternate source here. This new fight gives us a few things. It gives us a magic tab, a speed tab, as well as a lot of tech points. Mostly for Ayla. That's the reason why we're doing it. Once again, Ayla is going to be our secret weapon to fight Lavos. Acid reflux, the power mules. Alright. Take this. Magic tab, speed tab, New. Let's read the writings of New. All life with New. It's the truth. Begins with New, ends with New. Anyway. Alright, that was the City of Dreams and Hassa. If you go around, you'll notice people are in their bed, and they talk to you through their sleep. It's pretty funny. And I wish we could all live in Hassa and just sleep all day. That'd be great. But that's too fictional. Too much fantasy. Can't. Oh. It got me. You need to hold down on the D-pad. I was prepared for what we're about to do, which is holding left. And apparently left makes you step backward. It's a bit weird. But anyway, here we go. That's what happens when you start doing things on autopilot. It's a new age, new beginning. Speaking of new beginnings, we're gonna talk to this really nice lady. She likes trees. I like trees too. But the queen ordered her to burn all the plants, so we tell her, don't listen to the queen. Do what your heart is set out to. Plant that seed, that magical seed. This is very important. We need to do a side quest later, and talking to her here initiates that side quest. If you miss talking to her, you can talk to her later, but that's only if you need it as a backup. Alright, Dalton's here. So Dalton, he will counterattack whoever hits him. Bring their HP to half HP. It's pretty annoying. So what we're going to do is have everybody hit him a single time, so that everybody could survive the end of this fight. Alright, so Ayla, Chrono, Luca, and Ayla again. This way we'll be able to survive the mightiest burp. He ate all of the Doritos and sauerkraut. Just a foul belch. No, I'm going to be immortal. Alright, here we go. Ocean Palace time. Love the Ocean Palace theme. Every now and then there's a debate of which is better, the Black Omen theme or the Ocean Palace theme. They're both awesome. I think Ocean Palace is a little more interesting, especially with headphones on. It's a very rich track. There's a lot going on in the background. Alright, Queen Zeal is trying to revive Lavos. He resides on the planet. He's sleeping. What could possibly go wrong? The 5th time. Running didn't work. What's going on, game? Alright, these helicopter thrashers are pretty cool because they don't have a hitbox on their right side. So what we can do is just mosey like this and just skip them. So skip that encounter. Ancient red rock, passed down through generations. Is that concern we see in the eyes of the prophet? No, because we can't see his eyes, so it's nothing. Alright, the whole reason Queen Zeal wants to revive Lavos is she wants immortality. She wants to use his untapped infinite power to power her own life force. That's it. She's a villain. Whoop, whoop. Alright, we're gonna do this fight twice. In 100%, we do this fight as to measure where Luca is in case you messed up. She needs to learn Fire 2 after the second encounter. And if she doesn't, you're kind of in trouble. Well, you have to do extra things. For any percent, we're really doing this for Ayla. She's gonna learn a dual tech soon. Alright. Let's bring in the party animal. The one who loves to dance. He's never gonna give us up, never gonna let us down, etc. Okay. Get the elevator. Are always the villains when they want immortality. Sure enough. Unlucky. I wasn't even that slow. So you can knock out the enemy before it gets that attack. But our ATB was, or I'll say our RNG for their ATB was off. But I wasn't slow. Anyway. So one thing that's happening is as we level up and gain techs, the cursor memory associated with our tech is reset to the top menu. So I have to go down again and go back and forth. So when you know exactly when you're going to level and when you're going to get techs, you can have it so that selecting your techs can be very quickly. Can be very quickly. Can be very quick. So you don't have to think about, oh, am I on Falcon Hit? Am I not on Falcon Hit? So you'll just know. And thankfully, we haven't made too many mistakes on this run, and nothing regarding fighting basic enemies. That's part of the speedrun tech of this game, is knowing where you are, whether you're on item, tech, and hopefully you're never on attack, because you could use the X button or Y button, however you want to do it. That'll just do an auto attack. So you never have to actually select the attack option. Alright, so coming up, there are two pretty cool skips. Keep Ketchum has a really cool tutorial of how to do this. There's an enemy blocking a switch, and if you hit it, it's going to split into 3, but you can run behind it, walk, get out of here, and then not have to fight them at all. You can run from the fight if you do get the encounter, but you just smoothly go around them. Oh, I didn't split. Not that it matters. We're not getting a PB. My PB in this category is very good. Not to brag or anything. Alright. Shelter. I'm gonna do a safety save because if there's ever a time in this category you want to save, this is it. Because things could go very wrong. I'm a bit scared because thanks to whatever shenanigans happened after the Johnny race, the fact we didn't do those 2 fights like normal, RNG could be in a state of flux, and I don't know what's going to happen. What we're going to do is use Lightning 2. This makes it so that the Golem twins are going to respond with a lightning attack. Normally they would immediately go into a fire attack and destroy somebody, but this way they're preparing to use lightning. That gives you a little bit of time to boogie. Nice. Alright. Boogie has been set. We are free to Falcon hit. So Boogie gives an enemy the stop status condition. It is a very, very strong status effect. So Falcon hit, keeps going. Golem twins don't wake up. At least not in time. And you move on with your day. So once again, these enemies, the Golem twins are probably the toughest casual boss in the game, at least in my opinion. I struggle the most with this because you really have to experiment to figure out what they're doing and how they're responding to things. If you don't experiment, then you'll just continuously hit them and they'll continuously do counterattacks to you, and then usually you wipe. Anyway, so Chrono does not need to survive this fight. Chrono has done all he needs to do. So thank you, Chrono, for everything. I'm sure there's nothing but good things in your future. What's that strange force? Is it Lavos? Got a bad feeling about this. By the way, Dalton also wants to be immortal, so he's following with that Dragon Ball Z motif. Villains wanting immortality. Right, this new is panicking. It's Theo! Turn back now! And he jumps. Alright, poor Shala. Energy's being drained to summon Lavos. Realize those golems could be 3 different faces. Yeah, I normally look at the top, and then when we fight the golem boss later, I just noticed, maybe a few months ago, last time I kind of ran it, I noticed they had their middle face, so you're quite correct. Yes. Salute to Chrono. Alright, this is cool. So, this is Lavos. Hey, Lavos. This boss is really hard. You can win this fight, by the way. Destruction rains from the heavens. It's much easier to do on New Game Plus. If you're gonna try to fight him, you're gonna need a lot of levels. A lot of levels and the best equipment you can get at this point. But it is a secret ending to the game, is defeating this particular Lavos. What? The prophet was Magus the whole time? Who would have thought? Except Alphador, who knew? Alphador is Janus's cat, and Magus is Janus. Just older. Anyway, Magus, we find out, a plot twist, he wanted to summon Lavos to destroy Lavos, to kind of get revenge on his mother summoning Lavos and destroying Kingdom of Zeal. I mean, something happens to the Kingdom of Zeal. But Magus is lacking information and power, so whatever he tried to do, it didn't work. But we need a hero to step in. No better job for a hero. Stand up in the face of adversity. And protect Shala is the most important thing. And here we have one of the best cutscenes in the history of gaming. It's so well done. Gets you every time. Oh. Oh. Oh no! Anyway. A hero with plot armor is 100% unkillable, you're right. Chrono didn't have the plot armor. This was before plot armor times. That's not true at all, but we'll just say it is. So we lost him. We lost Chrono. And Shala, being just the best, she's like, alright, I'll send you all back to your time. Send you to safety. Sacrifices herself. She just doesn't get a happy ending. But she deserves a happy ending. Oh well, there's always Chrono Cross if you want the happy ending. So, Lavos woke up a little early. He's groggy. So he decides to very thoroughly destroy Zeal, building continents at least. Building islands. How often do you see a protagonist die? Not very often. And when you do, they usually come back to life. By some. A better question is, how often do you see a protagonist get obliterated? There's one way to die, and then there's another to just disintegrate. And that's what's so powerful about that cutscene. Oh man. What about Chrono Trigger DS? I don't know all the endings for DS. I know one of them involves Magus going on a journey. I think one of them involves you fight Shala. But the canon lore, I think, is Shala ends up becoming. I don't know if it's this one. Yeah, it has. I think it has to be this one. She ends up becoming entangled with Lavos at a certain point, and that bleeds into the Chrono Cross story of the Time Devourer. So that's the only way you can save her in the future. Anyway. Oh, strong. It was strong. A load-bearing Lavos. the Dream Devourer is what it's called. Evil Shala corrupted by Lavos. Gotcha. And one day I'll try to do all endings. I started a DS playthrough a couple years ago trying to get max level. Once I got to like level 60-ish, I just stopped because it's a lot of grinding. What? Okay. Luca, Ayla, Robo. Let's go shopping. That's what you do when you're very sad. Alright, soup. Shopping more. Should be fun. Alright, we want to use all our money because we're going to lose all of our money. Alright, well, in strolls Dalton, new king of Zeal, or the Earth, calls himself. Somehow he's stronger than us, I don't get it. Maybe because we were wounded, we were recovering, he gets the better of us, but... I mean, Luca just bats his fire attack away like it's nothing. Slap? I mean, so like why did we get captured? Because plot, that's why. DS content, it's there, doesn't detract from what we got, but it's not incredible. So, this section is interesting because all of our stuff is gone. I think the game forces Ayla into your party for a good reason. She doesn't need anything. We lose all of our weapons, Ayla is a weapon. So she's the one who guides you safely until you recover your stuff. So this part is interesting because you could treat it like a stealth section. You can look at these grates to see where enemies are located down below. So you can prepare for them or avoid them. I know exactly where I'm going, so I don't have to look at any stuff, but like here's an example. There's enemies there. So you can peer at stuff, try to find treasure, but we know we're going right here. Alright, Ayla, we believe in you. Alright, so in this battle, Luca and Robo don't have a weapon, so the game treats them as if they're dead, but they're still there. So enemies treat them as if they're an obstacle, so they're carefully trying to go around Robo and Luca to get to Ayla, but they can't, so good job. Good job, Luca. Good job, Robo. Alright, we got our stuff back. At least we got items back. So what we're gonna do, Luca, a weapon. You get a weapon. We're gonna organize. Filter. We're good to go. Okay, it's very important that we equip a weapon onto Luca and Robo. If you don't, they don't get tech points and experience. So in this next fight we're going to get fire tackle, and we need fire tackle to be fast. The next fight after that. Yo, Diley. Okay, you can't go without Ayla. Just have to stealth more. Gotcha. Here he is, Golden Boss, the best boss in the game. So it takes one look at Luca and Ayla, just have a staring contest, establish dominance. Then he gets scared, runs away. There you go, we win. Vicurion. His players treat them like dead weight. Yeah, in the sense of they're dead, that they don't get experience or tech points, and they don't participate in battle. Alright, so Dalton, he gave the Epoch wings, so you can now fly around with it. He also turned it into a modest weapon, like laser beam capabilities. So, thanks, Dalton. Doesn't change the fact that he eventually ends up murdering Chrono and Marl a few years from now. It's part of the canon, and I hate it. It's so dumb. This is a joke character, and he ends up destroying the protagonist. Anyway, enough about that. So Dalton, 3000 HP. Not a lot compared to most of the bosses we've been facing. But we're gonna hit him with Fire Tackle. It's pretty strong. And then Ayla is so fast, she's gonna be on standby for healing. We have a Lapis ready to go. She heals everybody 200 HP. Very useful item. Starts losing its value like when you get to the very end of the game. Alright, Ayla, throw a rock at him. By throw a rock, I mean lift him up and slam him down. The best way you throw rocks at people. Alright, there we go. And Dalton has been playing the role of Pokemon trainer, so he goes, "Go, Golem Boss, use Hyper Beam." But we already defeated Golem Boss, so he gets sucked into a portal and sent to the future, where eventually he goes to destroy Chrono and Marl. Acquire the Masamune, corrupt it, send it to Chrono Cross, and it gets weird. Anyway, that's the end of Dalton for now. Success. Epoch okay. Yeah, that guy becomes the reason the Guardia Kingdom is burned to the ground, because he shows up in the future in Pore, leads a military coup, and then Pore becomes the dominating country after that, military nation, etc., etc. Anyway, Blackbird is no more. It's a wondrous piece of technology that might help, you know, old civilization. Just throw it in the ocean. Anyway, Ayla says, "Epoch become bird. It's the best bird." Really smooth travel music. Alright, safety save. Sure would be bad if I messed this up. Yeah, the Chrono Cross story is very interesting. It requires a little bit of Chrono Trigger knowledge and then a lot of effort to acquire the missing pieces of the story. But as long as you don't take it too seriously, it's not so bad. Alright, so this is the original timeline, the Magus that we know of. He was young Janus, and he witnessed the disappearance of the Gurus and his sister as well. What you're saying is Luca did a really bad job at being a best friend. The Tupac? Yeah, I thought about doing that. It's a very common name for the epoch. It's a good one, though. The end of time. You think Gaspar got the worst end of the deal, but really it was Balthazar. Gaspar is essentially immortal now, because he cannot die because there's no more time. The end of time. Alright everybody, beware of pigs. Always beware of pigs. Be careful of pigs. Anticipate the pigs. When you see a pig, you stop. Okay? It's very important. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're about to find out right now. Play with fire, gonna get burned. Pig! Take it easy. Say no. Okay. Now we don't have to worry about pigs anymore. So yeah, you have the option of fighting Magus. And if you fight him, that's it. You don't get to recruit him. But if you don't fight him, he joins your team. Alright. He gets... Let me go back here. Where is it? All ready for us. Alright, we get a little bit of the Black Omen theme. It's really sad because I like the Black Omen. It's a lot of fun in 100%. A lot of fun movement, but we don't go there. Just fly around a little bit. Just listen to the music. Alright, that's good. To the end of time. Doesn't work. Alright, let's go see an old guy about an egg. Stars. No. Come on, sorry, Marl. I meant to pop a snot bubble. I talked to Marl instead. Yeah, the Black Omen is pretty long, that's for sure. There's just so much there. So many good items. The only way to reliably farm tabs. You can definitely max out all of your power tabs. Magic tabs are limited and speed tabs are limited. But anyway. So, we asked Gaspar's help. We want to save Chrono. So he gives us an egg. This is called the Chrono Trigger, aka Surge. It's a Chrono Cross joke for you all. Anyway. So now we have unlimited potential. What are we going to do with this potential, you might ask? Find out. Alright, south, east. Seat. Nice lag spike. Homa's grave. I'm not gonna pour soda over it. I'm gonna take this speed tab back here. Alright, everybody. Truly the most nerve-wracking part of the run, if you're on a PB pace, not joking, is coming up. I'm gonna do a safety save. Alright, gonna see an NPC you might have skipped. Norstein Beckler. You can call him Norstein if you want, but whatever. So we're gonna play this game. Normally you have a lot of money. We have almost no money right now. So we need to win this game without making a mistake. If I don't, I have to reset. Okay. Excellent. So you win the game, you get it for free. Depending on how many you get correctly, the price of the clone drops. So, one thing you could do is sell some of the things you're not going to use, like an elixir. A couple elixirs. You don't have to go as long, but still need a lot of money. Alright, we break the news to Chrono's mother that we'd like to have this doll. Okay. Because Chrono is doing absolutely fine. Alright, so 2300 AD. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Alright, we're taking a little detour back to a familiar place, the Eris Dome. You'd never come back here in any other category. There's some goodies here that'll help us out in any percent. Glitchless. So the reason we're here is there is a door, the Zeal Kingdom door, that hides a couple of pieces of treasure that are really helpful. Most of it is going to be for money, but one item is the golden earring. That's an item you can charm in the Black Omen. You could charm it off of a robotic enemy. Why did that? Okay. And we absolutely need this gold earring. So it maxes out people's HP, whoever wears it. For the most part, if you're at an appropriate level. And we get a power tap for Ayla. Alright, we did what we needed to do. Let's leave. I love how the enemy's just kind of like, ew, don't touch me. Get away from my shoulder. Dinosaurs do that in Dino Canyon. Alright. Detour complete. Let's just leave. Now, we're gonna initiate the Death Peak side quest. Magic tab. Alright, so Balthazar knows how we can get up Death Peak, because it's almost impossible to get up there, normal means, but using these programs allows you to better climb up the mountain. One of them you absolutely need, the others are, you don't need them at all, but won't tell Balthazar that. And then Balthazar makes a request, a very humble request. It's like, this Nu has been awake for a long time. Would you please turn it off? And in a marathon, we definitely want to turn them off, because what kind of monster wouldn't turn off the Nu in a marathon? Just gonna ask that question. I know exactly who wouldn't do it, but I'm not going to say names. Anyway, so Nu goes to sleep, nice and happy. Alright, Luca, you get an earring, you get a power glove, you get a bandana, the Aeon suit, you get back to the speed belt, shelter. We're going to use one speed tab on Ayla, and then we're going to set battle speed to 3 for safety and safe. Alright, let's go. So we get a tab. So then we need to get up next to this tree. And you either need to be perfectly aligned with the tree to run, or you can be slightly off like I was and walk. And if you're walking, you don't get blown off. So that's the trick to get close to the tree. I think that's fine. Okay. Oh, let's do that again. Right then up. There we go. Okay, so this fight with the lava spawn is pretty scary. With Battle Speed 3, it's not so bad. But if you try this on Battle Speed 2, there's a chance you failed this, and I wouldn't do this on Battle Speed 1. Because you have no room, very little room to leak ATB. So you only hit the head of the lava spawn. If you hit the shell, it'll do a counterattack with the shell spike attack. So we should be good. Okay. Yeah, if you're a little bit slow, it would hit Robo. Then you feel sad because you lose out on like 120 tech points, and Robo needs those. The only one who doesn't need tech points now is Luca. Alright, so we're gonna do a safety heal, full tonic, Hila. Get over there. Movement, oh, movement! Holding the D-pad in an awkward way. Okay, so you might ask the question, why are we here? It's a very good question to ask at just any time. But for this purpose, we're here to do our second grind. It's been a while since our first grind where we were at Tyranno Lair. But the enemies we're going to fight give just the best source of experience and tech points as far as how long it takes to get them. So Magus for Luca, Moral for Robo. Hila, you get Power Glove, Magus gets the Speed Belt. Then, all the magic tabs. All the speed tabs. Battle speed to 1. Ready to go. Alright, so this is our team. This is our Lavos slaying team. We need to get them set up. So these enemies, with proper movement, you can get 6 of them to appear. And with enough magic points, Magus can use Ice 2, which is its fastest animation, and knock them all out. So we're going to be here for a while. So strap yourselves in. So we're here for a lot of different reasons. One of them is we need Marl to learn Haste, which she'll learn after 7 fights. Everything else is gearing up Ayla to learn Dino Tail for later, and a little bit for Magus, so he'll eventually get Dark Mist. Yeah, we get 2200 experience, 48 tech points. There are things in this game that give you more tech points and more experience, but most of them are one-time enemies. And the other place that gives good experience and tech points is the Genodome, I think. I think it gives you slightly more, but the problem is you would have to take time to leave the Genodome and then re-enter it, take the conveyor belt forward. And so the time it takes for you to leave and come back, that makes it so that this grind is much faster than that one. Also, we want to make sure Ayla is set to Charm, so we have her on standby for that. yeah, I don't know what else to say during this time. Just kind of a really relaxing, chill part of the run. So if anyone has any questions about the route or Chrono Trigger in general, I'll try to answer them. I'm not an expert, but I know a decent amount. Plus there might be a few experts in chat who know better than I. But anyway. Do you save Chrono just to get a fast exit from here, or does the run need Chrono to be alive? The run does not need Chrono, so we're gonna leave him be. If I hadn't have messed up Magus, I say I messed up, that was just very unfortunate timing. Did I just learn haste? Let's see, double check. Yes. Okay. Apologize, I was supposed to be looking. Alright, so you in here? If I hadn't messed up Magus, I would have probably just saved Chrono here. It's an extra fight and a long cutscene. But you get a better ending if you save Chrono. This ending we're gonna get is very unsatisfying, in my opinion. Expert confirmed. Alright, so we're gonna do one more here. Any interesting lore most people don't catch in Chrono Trigger? One thing, it ties in with Chrono Cross a little bit. The mystery of Kino. I haven't talked to him in a while, as in go up to him before initiating anything with Ayla. But apparently Kino, he dropped in from the heavens on a mountain. And if there's a character called Leah, she's just the cutest thing. She's like a little miniature Ayla. She also uses a giant axe, which is funny. She talks about her father came from the sky. And Leah is Kino's daughter, but through a time shenanigans, she got sent to the future. So that's why she's still looking for her father. So it was always really weird. So I was wondering who Kino's father was when I was playing Chrono Cross. So that's a little bit of lore that may or may not be known. So he's a mystery, but he just kind of appeared. I think he appeared as like maybe a child, because he still has like the mental capacities of the proto-humans. They're not the smartest beings. They don't have to be. They just have to survive. You know? Yeah, so what we're gonna do is after the grind, we're gonna leave. We're gonna fall off the mountain and try to avoid encounters. There are 3 spots that are kind of tough. Well, the first one is tough. The second one's kind of a little iffy, and the third one's easy. So a good time has you avoid all the encounters as you're leaving. Let's see, what else? Interesting tidbits. Chrono is Jesus. I mean, maybe the developers wanted some symbology, so I won't say that. It's not a possibility. I mean, the very trees here have little Christmas lights on them, so... But I don't think it was meant to be the literal representation. Just kind of maybe a nod. Slight reference. Yeah, it's not really Chrono Trigger lore, I guess. We're going to talk about the future of the Reptites. So there's a timeline where Reptites do not get ruined by Lavos. They take over the human race, destroy everything. They evolve into beings called Dragonians. And the Dragonians have a part in the Chrono Cross lore. Although it's kind of abstract. But that's going too far into Chrono Cross lore to be relevant to Chrono Trigger. Alright, a couple more fights. Magus is going to get Magic Wall right here, and that just means two more fights after this. It came out of the same gate you do, but why? Who knows? It's a mystery. Magic Wall. Huh? Excuse me? I didn't get all 6, I was a little early. That's okay, it shouldn't matter too much. It might, if I don't get, I could just fight an extra encounter. It's fine. But if I don't get Dark Mist, it's okay. We only missed out on 8 tech points, so that might just be enough. I could look after this. Do some math. See if we have to do an extra encounter. Yeah, if your setup isn't consistent, you'll get 5 crackers instead of 6. So you miss out on a little experience and tech points. Alright, but we should be good. Alright, so let's do some math. Tech, Dark Mist, 248. So 60, 105. I don't know. I'll say like 20. 125. It might be close. I'll go ahead and not this, stop. Use a mid-ether. I have a few of these, so it's fine. So I want to engage in this fight when there's only like 2 enemies. Alright, 3. Okay. Having Dark Mist makes the Lavos fight a little bit easier, a little bit more consistent. I'd rather have it than not have it. So, alright, good to go. So, Death Peak, you just fall down the mountain. You go up. This is one of the more difficult things to dodge. Okay, whatever. You have to wait for the 2 crackers to be away from the wall and slip in between very, very quickly. And sometimes you just don't have time. So, easily the trickiest dodge in the game. It is possible I've gotten a few times in runs, but I don't claim any sort of skill for it, like I just got lucky. Right, I'm good to go. Alright. Whoa, wrong way. 600! We're almost done, everybody. How's it going, Trenton? North. West. Remember that treasure chest I said a long time ago we come back for? Coming back for it. It's a speed tab. What else would it be? Only things we go ever away for are speed tabs. Alright, everybody's favorite boss, Red Knight. First, let's set up. So Magus, you get a silver earring, you get the speed belt, and you get a giga arm. Shelter. Safety save. Good to go. Don't hold down. You have to do that when you fall down the pit. So that's what I was preparing for. Alright, get the encounter purposefully here. You could dodge this encounter, but we actually want to fight it. Ayla outspeeds. It's 2. Okay, so we're going to fight 3 things. The second encounter should give Ayla Dino Tail, as well as Robo should get Uzi Punch and Beast Toss. That's the whole reason Robo was in our party during the grind. Alright, so Ayla got Dino Tail a little early. So Robo should get the other stuff soon. High break for speed tabs. How would we design what a speed tab looks like? Should we just be lazy and make it a sparkly blue thing? Just a sparkle. Make it look like a capsule from Capsule Corp. Dragon Ball. Punch, Beast Toss. Did it. Alright, this next fight is mostly for Magus's benefit, but I discovered not too long ago that you can charm these enemies and get a shield from them. So that's a little time save from Mount Woe, where you have to go out of your way and fight something to run away from it to get a treasure chest that has a shield. We need one shield in this run for backup. I really hope we don't have to use it. Might have to. Ground shaking. Oh yeah, I've been in SNES Super Stars before. I've run 100% glitchless. I was also in a suit at that time. That's kind of what I'm known for. One of the things I'm known for. Alright, Red Knight. Nobody likes you. I'm gonna get rid of you as soon as possible. But first, we need something from them. We need speed tap. So Red Knight is one of the few enemies that you can charm a speed tap from. And Ayla isn't always successful. It's okay if she's not the first time. Nice. She was. Ayla's not going to let us down. Okay. Resource. It's very strong. Ayla is really strong, and so is kind of Robo physically, so huge amount of damage. Alright, this should knock out the top half. So I'm gonna do as much damage to the bottom half as we can. Nice. Oh, okay, that works. Alright, so now we switch to... There's a cat attack. Attack the bottom. And then Robo will do Uzi Punch. Uzi Punch! I'm gonna do this. Good thing. Good thing. Good choice. Cat attack. Punch. Alright, we're coming up where the bottom half is going to disappear. If you don't knock out the center, then it's going to run away. So we need to time it so as soon as we knock out the bottom. Oh, that's not good. Because it heals. Ayla. Why would you hit her? That's not good. Alright. He is out. No, Ayla. Alright, Red Knight, you're playing this game? Fine. Fine. This is why no one likes you. Try to be fast. You just don't want to behave. Alright, this should knock out the bottom half. Alright, then we quickly melee. And then we win. Okay, now we got 100 tech points. If you don't defeat the core, you don't get all the tech points. That's kind of important. In this category, and 100% glitchless, and 100% glitched, in almost every category that fights Red Knight, you need to defeat it before the core runs away. Alright, gimme that, gimme. Alright. Pick up the things we need. Go up the stairs, please. No. Navigating the pits. Oh, God. Okay. One day I'll master this. Okay, let's go visit Fiona. So what we're gonna do is get rid of everything that is valuable for Robo. We're gonna organize our inventory. Pick up some safety mid-ethers. I only really need one, but I'll get the second one. Right. tabs, he likes something like cans of pop. I could see it. Alright, bye Tractor Robo, you're a really cool sprite. So he helps rebuild the forest. There's a beautiful forest and a tribute. Robo. We don't care about Robo though, we're gonna just buy some stuff from this lady. So we're gonna sell everything we have that isn't a consumable. Okay, did it. Alright, final menu. Luca, I don't know why we do this for you, but I saw Puexel do it a while ago. I'm like, okay, it probably has some significance. Alright, Moral. Speed belt, and she gets the side cap. Okay, shelter. That is not a shelter. Tag Ayla. Yeah. Alright, battle speed 3. I guess I could do 4, but... Alright everybody, no going back to 1999. Get to see a unique cutscene. It only plays when you sacrifice the epoch to fight Lavos. I think I'll put on battle speed 4. I really don't want to mess this up because it takes a while to redo it. Let's go. Super will win. Right, we did it. We skipped the Lavos shell. So by sacrificing the epoch, you don't have to fight the Lavos shell, which is a really long series of fights. Actually kind of annoying. But as a result, we don't get a save point. So it's a point of no return, which is why I'll go ahead and do battle speed 4 for safety. I normally do battle speed 3. This fight is possible in battle speed 2, it's just not really worth doing it. And battle speed 1 is not something you want to do. Not with this this category. So, all right, awesome battle theme coming up. Haste up Magus, get him set up. Magus is our tankiest character. Oh, well, survived. Are you girl? Alright, let's go, Ayla. So, our priority is to get rid of that arm that we're hitting, the left arm. If we don't, we're in trouble. Well, everybody's in trouble except Magus. How's it going, Riggs? Ooh, a little bit of ATB leak there. Should be okay. Hit it a little too early. Alright, Ayla, this is our final cat attack. Let's go Dino Tail. So Dino Tail does more damage the lower HP Ayla has. So she's mostly going to be at 50 HP for these fights. Ah! No. Okay. Things happened. Mara was supposed to go first, but Magus outsped her. So, prepare to go down to item for her. Didn't work out. I wanted it to. Sure. Okay, so this should knock out the hand. The arm. Almost had an oopsie. Alright, him healing himself a little bit is fine. But if you do it properly, with good timing, he will not heal himself there. Alright, full tonic Ayla. Okay, full ether. We wait for obstacle. Alright, coming up is, not Flame Battle, that's later. An attack that's gonna hit everybody for a little bit of damage. So we're gonna use a Lapis during this animation. We'll wait for Ayla, for her HP to go back to under 50. Shadow Slay. Leaper. Alright, so we're getting to the end of phase 1, which is, things are looking pretty good. Considering the blunder from earlier. The fight might end a little bit early. I don't think so because he healed. But the next attack he's going to do is Flame Battle. And that could hit anybody, but usually hits Ayla or Marl. One of the things about the Lavos fights, we have to keep track of Ayla's MP. She does not have a lot of it, so the Dino Tails are somewhat limited. Do our best. This might knock him out. Because usually I end the fight with Ayla at 18 MP. See? Okay, success. Alright, final Lavos. So photosensitivity warning, I'll do it again as we get closer. There's going to be a lot of flashing lights at the end of the fight. I would look away once we formally defeat Lavos, but I'll give a second warning as we get there. Alright, believe it or not, that was the harder part of Lavos. The timing is very tight. I hit on battle speed 4, so it wasn't so bad. But I made that little mistake earlier, and if I was on battle speed 3, that would have cost me a lot of time, because everybody would have got knocked out. I would have had to revive, reset up with haste and things like that. But that didn't happen, so everything is good. Alright, Ayla immediately gets rid of the Lavos bit on the left. Haste up Magus. Alright, what kind of background do we get? We have... okay, the good one. So I'm actually going to do something I haven't really done before. There's a lap piece here. I think it works. Pretty sure it works. Oh, it's 200? Yeah, fine. Alright, Hyper Ether! Oh, wait. It works. Okay, it's not great, so... Magus. Dark Mist hits everybody. Stop. So with Ayla above 50 HP, she won't do as much damage with Dino Tail. Normally I don't use a lap piece and then use Magus to revive people, but 2,000 damage per Dino Tail is still fine. Missing out on a couple hundred damage only. Maybe like 150 damage or something. But with this background, it's going to half her HP to 44. This hits everybody. Should be good. Astronaut Lavos. He does look like an astronaut. But Lavos is sneaky. He's super deceptive. Because the middle Lavos is not his true form. The true form of Lavos is the bit on the right. His lifeline. Which I think is a nice, nice twist. Marl's gonna haste herself. Because she's gonna play the role of restoring MP. Alright, let's go on. So, when it's just one bit, Magus will switch to Dark Bomb instead of Dark Mist. And it'll probably revive the bits in the body. We knocked them out somewhat early. So we'll just get to Ayla's turn. Now, full ether. Dino Tail. Get out of here. Back to Dark Mist. We should be good. Not in much danger. Now that we're properly set up, everybody's hasted. If I were super worried, I could heal Magus to full, just in case he decides to do anything nasty. But we should be fine. The reviving bit is a faithful companion to the bit. Yeah, like a dog. Let's just go ahead and do this to be safe. We have time. Almost going over estimate. Sorry, everybody. But almost done. think I said 440 as an estimate. Slap! How dare you? How dare he? So we need mid-ether. Do a dark bomb. Back to Dino Tail. I guess it's out of MP. Sure. Let's take this. Let's go, Morrow. You can shoot the bit, maybe? Change your S so it looks like your head. Thanks, Apathy Duck. This man's a champion. I agree. I blame everything on Lavos, though. It's all his fault. That really did cost me like 7 minutes-ish. I'm gonna redo it. Alright, defense power restored, so when this happens, you just wait a little bit, and it'll go back to nothing. If you use any attack while it's restored, most of the damage is mitigated, so... 10 minutes underestimate, wow. Alright. GG, here we go. Alright everybody, photosensitivity warning, lots of flashing. Look away, I say. After the flashing is over, say my piece. There we go. Look, oh god, it's so bad. The worst part of Chrono Trigger. Alright, it's over. We did it. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. If you like Chrono Trigger, coming up next is Silent Martyr. It's going to do Chrono Trigger New Game Plus. So there's more on the way. I won't push towards the ending. This is a very grim ending, so I'll go ahead and end it here with the end of time. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope it was entertaining. Had a few mistakes, a few things happened in the run that wasn't too good, but that's alright. It's a marathon, we had fun. Hope everyone had some educational experiences as well. But yeah, so have a great night, good day everybody. Again, enjoy Silent Martyr's run coming up right after this. It's going to be a lot shorter than this because it's New Game Plus, but still pretty interesting. So good luck to everybody for the marathon. We still have a few days left. And thank you SpeedGaming and Fiesel, everybody, for having me. Always appreciate it. And hopefully see you around. So take care everyone.